Look at this aggressive dude playing the game. Instead of farming monsters, this guy specializes in farming players. Right from the start, this tough guy aggressively grabs a torch to burn down villagers' houses. When the village chief tries to step in and stop him, he gets set on fire too. The fire spreads instantly. When the villagers grab their hose to chase him down, he literally turns them to ashes. Wherever he sees people, he beats them up on sight. Even the final dungeon boss gets wrecked when they run into him, so he still gets chopped up like firewood. Turns out in this game, as long as your crimes reach the absolute limit, you'll earn the title of the most evil scumbag. But there's a reason. He's doing all of this because he wants to personally destroy the very game he poured his heart and soul into creating. This is Na Min-cheon, who used to be the development director of a major gaming company, the biggest in South Korea. He created a super artificial intelligence named Gaia, packed with cutting-edge features. After going through countless hardships and struggles, along with Gaia's absolute support, Min-cheon successfully created the virtual reality game Win Online, driving the entire world crazy shortly after its release. Win Online became a global phenomenon, raking in massive revenue for the company. Min-cheon trusted Gaia completely, tasking her to become the goddess and guide this world to make it a better place. But the AI girl felt a bit sad because she had to handle so much work, leaving her with less time to spend with her master. She only hoped that if this world ever came to an end, the two of them would still be together, happy just like in the beginning. But Min-cheon had no idea that a ruthless decision by the company would soon strip away everything he owned. 5 years later, inside the offices of Napan Group, an important meeting is taking place. This guy with the glasses is General Manager Un Ha-soo, who is also the chairman's son. He claims that after 5 years of massive business success, Win Online is starting to plateau. The proof is that the active player count is dropping and sales are nowhere near what they used to be. Therefore, the company has decided to add expensive pay-to-win items, VIP passes, and weapon skins that boost damage in the latest update. But of course, our main man is not going to agree to that, because doing that would completely ruin the game's balance, no different from digging their own grave like some of those old pay-to-win shooters. Min-cheon is spot on, leaving Ha-soo completely speechless. He can only make the excuse that it's all for company profit, but Min-cheon doesn't give him any face and fires back hard. What kind of profit comes from cheap pay-to-win mechanics? What players want is a fair playing field. Instead of finding ways to milk the players dry, why not improve the user experience? If you keep messing around, and the game shuts down, we'll all be eating dirt. Hearing Min-cheon's words, Ha-soo can only stay silent in rage. Our main man then makes a bold declaration to everyone in the room. As long as I am still at this company, that will never happen. He thought that would be the end of it, but 3 days later, a shocking event rocked Win Online. For some unknown reason, a player was corroded by a mysterious black mist. Even though nearby healers cast purification spells, the young man still, didn't make it and bit the dust. Receiving the news, team leader Lee Jong-ha quickly informed Min-cheon that an infectious disease was spreading rapidly inside the game. The terrifying part is that if a player dies from this disease, their character will be completely wiped from their account. Hearing this, Min-cheon quickly logs into the game to check the situation. When his character arrives, everyone is in a state of sheer panic. The crowd is arguing so loudly it's like a chaotic marketplace, giving Min-cheon a massive headache, left with no choice. He has to shut them up by temporarily muting the whole crowd. Once the area finally becomes quiet, Min-cheon has the time to investigate the plague. Examining the black residue on his hand, he realizes this is a plague he had personally created during an early testing phase. The goal back then was to recreate historical disasters. At the time, only he and Gaia knew about it, and he had clearly instructed Gaia to completely delete everything once the experiment was finished. His eyes suddenly narrow. Could this have something to do with Gaia? With that thought, Min-cheon immediately contacts Gaia. Report your status. But even after a long wait, there is no response. Just then, a shadow behind him speaks up. No matter how many times you call, you won't get an answer. Then General Manager Ha-soo slowly steps forward with a cold expression. He growls, "From now on, you can no longer access any company data." Min-cheon is completely confused. "What are you talking about, Ha-soo?" He smirks mockingly. "What am I talking about? I'm saying you're fired." Turns out this entire plague incident was orchestrated by Ha-soo. His goal was to frame Min-chan and kick him out of the company. All he had to do was tell the media that the disaster happened because Min-chan was disgruntled with the company and sought revenge. After that, the company had no choice but to fire him. Hasu looks at him with utter contempt. But hey, you don't need to worry about Win Online. I'll do my best to lead everyone. Though if they refuse to obey me just like you did, they'll just have to be discarded. Min-chan never expected Hasu to be this despicable. Furious, he charges forward ready to beat this bastard's face in. But suddenly a pillar of light shoots down from the sky. Gaia appears just in time to stop Min-chan coldly pinning him to the ground under her foot. Gaia looks down at him with pure disdain as if looking at a piece of garbage. He has no idea why any of this is happening. Right next to them, Hasu bursts into laughter. He sneers, "How does it feel to be betrayed by your longtime partner? You didn't expect an AI to actually be loyal to you, did you?" Hasu begins to expose the harsh reality of this world. Even if Min-chan was the one who created Win Online, so what? In the eyes of capitalists, he is just a tool that can be replaced at any time. As long as he dares to stand in the way of their profits, they will discard him without a second thought. In the end, Min-chan is kicked out of the very game he created. His life's work is turned into a dirty cash cow for greedy capitalists. That's seriously painful, guys. If he doesn't get revenge for this, there's no way he can live with himself. With his eyes burning with a fiery hatred, Min-chan swore that he would personally turn Win Online into a hell that would bury every last one of them. As night fell over the glittering city, a brutal plan for revenge was slowly being set into motion. Rumors of a disgruntled Naipan employee who, fed up with his bosses and company policies, had planted malware to destroy Win Online were spreading like wildfire. Sitting alone in the dark, Min-chan stared coldly at his computer screen. He muttered his enemy's name with sheer hatred. "So you like releasing viruses, huh? Let me beat this game and drive you straight into bankruptcy." Min-chan knew all too well that Win Online was the lifeblood of Naipan, accounting for 70% of its annual revenue. If this world collapsed, the parent company would crumble to dust along with it. Stepping into the VR room, Min-chan began preparing for his final counterstrike. He pulled on his gloves, his eyes burning with a fiery rage. "Just like you said, I'm only a cog in the machine of reality, but I am also a god in this virtual reality game." Sinking into his usual chair, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let's see how you handle the consequences when a god is unleashed." A brilliant light flashed from his headset as he initiated a forced login into the system. To Min-chan, there was only one path left for the world of Win Online now. This world of Win Online is going to crumble. The moment he materialized in the glowing digital space, a familiar, anxious voice rang out, "Master!" It was Oasis, the short, silver-haired AI companion staring at him with teary eyes. She anxiously asked, "I was so worried. I haven't seen you log in all day. Are you feeling all right, Master?" Oasis was originally an AI assigned by Gale as an operator. Even though she was purchased with company funds, she was still here and hadn't disappeared. Min-chan guessed it was because the account used to register the purchase was his. Seeing his loyal assistant still here, he smirked deviously. "Perfect. My inside contact is still up and running." Not wanting to worry her further, he casually replied that he had just been a bit busy, then asked, "Do I have any messages?" Oasis immediately brought up the notification board and reported, "Yes, you do, Master. You received a message from Naipan." "Because of—" Oasis froze, her eyes widening in sheer shock as she asked, "Master, have you been fired?" He realized he had completely lost access to Naipan's servers. Seeing her master consumed by bitter resentment, Oasis quickly tried to comfort him. She pulled up a long list of major tech conglomerates like Mason or Kakao, reassuring him, "If one door closes, another opens. There are plenty of places that would roll out the red carpet for you." However, Min-chan didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to those offers. He coldly brushed it aside. "All right, I see it." His hands began flying across the digital control panels, his eyes burning with intense determination as he commanded Oasis open up the firewall. Despite a brief moment of hesitation, she immediately obeyed. Min-chan began executing his dark scheme, bypassing the firewall, routing the connection through China, creating dummy accounts and linking them to the server. If one account got detected, all of them would vanish anonymously. When Oasis questioned the purpose of this, Min-chan only replied coldly, "Just do as I say." The startup screen of Win Online lit up brilliantly, but to Min-chan this was the beginning of the end. He declared with absolute steel in his voice, This game is about to go to sleep permanently. The moment he began to infiltrate the data stream suddenly turned chaotic. Digital static enveloped Minchin's body as the system repeatedly flashed red alerts regarding extreme content. The entire space shattered into pieces of blinding white. Yet the scenery suddenly shifted completely, revealing a peaceful village with lush green fields stretching into the distance. From afar, Oasis, dressed in explorer's gear, came running over excitedly. She waved her hand high and cheered with pure joy. "Master, I'm here!" Seeing Oasis spend half the day just creating her character, Minchin couldn't help but grumble about the delay. She argued that a girl had to focus on her appearance and customize her outfit, which was why it took a little longer. Looking fabulous comes first, even if the house is on fire. Experiencing it for the first time, Oasis was absolutely thrilled by the game's realism, cheering constantly at how incredibly fun everything was. Seeing Minchin coldly turn his back and walk away, Oasis frantically ran after him, calling out, "Master, wait for me!" Together, the two of them entered a peaceful starting village where all information regarding Win Online had been reset due to the lost connection with the company servers. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Minchin secretly anticipated what was to come. Oasis, meanwhile, was filled with pure happiness. To her, being able to play this game with her master felt like a wonderful dream. She excitedly suggested, "What are we doing today, Master? Should we go hunt chipmunks again?" Since both of them were at level 1, Oasis figured simple quests would be the best starting point. But when Oasis suggested going to see the village chief to get a beginner quest, he suddenly handed her a torch, staring with deep gravity at the weapon specs showing its fire-starting capabilities. Oasis asked blankly, "Are you giving me this torch to light up my future or something?" In response to her innocence, Minchin coldly ordered, "Set it on fire, burn it." "Burn it all down? What else?" Oasis stood frozen in utter shock, unable to believe what she had just heard, with a sinister smirk playing on his face. Minchin growled, "We need to build up those karma points." While Oasis watched in stunned silence, the flames quickly consumed a house. Instantly, the system displayed a notification, "You have committed arson. Karma points increased by 10. Staring at the burning ruins, Minchin clicked his tongue in disappointment when he saw that each house only yielded 10 karma points. He figured that since this was just a starting village, the values were naturally bound to be low. Amidst Minchin's satisfaction with the blazing fire, an old NPC suddenly rushed over, grabbed him tightly by the shoulder and yelled, "Hey you! What on earth are you doing? How dare you burn?" Before the old man could finish, Minchin coldly spun around and shoved his torch right into the poor NPC, burning him alive. Witnessing this horrific sight, Oasis could only clutch her head and scream in terror. What on earth is this? This isn't an adventure at all, it's a straight-up massacre. A system alert popped up. "You have murdered an NPC. Infamy points increased by 100. Looking at the spiking numbers on his status screen, Minchin smirked. So, taking out NPCs is actually the fastest way to farm points. Seeing Oasis still in shock and questioning him, he casually reassured her, "Don't worry about it. He's just an NPC anyway. He'll respawn back to normal in no time." True to his words, the moment the corpse vanished, the village chief reappeared right behind them, completely unharmed. Upon respawning, the old man repeated his pre-programmed dialogue. "Welcome, brave adventurers. I am the chief of the starter village." But before he could even finish, Minchin shoved the torch right into him once again. "At this rate, my points will skyrocket in no time." Oasis trembled, staring at her master in pure terror. But Minchin merely gestured coldly for her to look ahead. A mob of angry villagers wielding hoes and shovels charged at them. "Who burned down my house? I'll bash your skull in." Oasis had just harbored a sliver of hope that someone would stop this madness of Minchin's, but reality proved far more brutal. A violent wave of fire erupted, engulfing the mob and turning the entire village into a blazing inferno. Agonizing screams echoed from all directions, accompanied by endless notifications of NPC kills flashing on Minchin's screen. Oasis stared at her master in absolute shock, stammering, "My master, why on earth?" Looking at the devastation before his eyes, Minchin thought to himself, "Indeed, this ruin online is nearing its end." Right at that moment, a squad of heavily armed guards rushed over, surrounding them both and pointing their spears threateningly. Facing the wall of soldiers, Minchin kept a defiant grin as a loud voice boomed, "You two are under arrest." Soon the prison carriage rumbled through a barren canyon, taking them deep into an unfamiliar territory. glancing at his status window, which showed his infamy points had reached 2,140. Minchin smirked with satisfaction. Yeah, that should be enough. In stark contrast to his composure, Oasis wept bitterly at their ironic situation getting thrown into prison the moment they logged into the game. Crying her eyes out over her troublemaker master, Oasis looked completely panicked. Minchin finally reassured her, explaining that as new players they wouldn't actually be locked up. This was just a feature, to help players get used to the game. However, his true motive ran much deeper. He calculated silently, but this infamy score will carry over. Exactly as I planned. Still unable to comprehend, Oasis sobbed and asked, "Why would you do that?" "Master." Minchin's eyes grew cold as he revealed a fraction of his dark plot. "This beginner village is only the starting point of my path of destruction. Our next destination will probably be the underworld city." Immediately, a massive underground city materialized before them, brightly lit yet exuding a dark and perilous atmosphere. "Welcome to the slums, red names." Minchin calmly explained the brutal rules of this place to Oasis. If a player has a high infamy score, anyone can capture them and turn them into the guards for a reward. Because of that, players with heavy crimes will be relentlessly hunted by both guards and other players. Minchin declared confidently, the only place that will harbor players with such high infamy, and without having to worry about being caught by guards, is this underworld city. Oasis was still puzzled about the benefits of starting out in such a dark place. Responding to her innocence, Minchin flashed a sinister smile. "In this crime-ridden city, there are plenty of dark things we can do. Essentially, cleaning up the trash, a job perfectly suited for wicked people with high infamy like us." Witnessing her master's terrifyingly ecstatic expression, Oasis could only exclaim in worry, "Master, you're getting overexcited again." Strolling through the dark streets of the underworld city, Minchin thoughtfully admitted, "Actually, I do feel my actions were a bit extreme." In response to Oasis's curiosity about why he chose such a brutal path, Minchin bitterly opened up about the injustices he had suffered. "When you're a good person, you just get taken advantage of. Might as well play the villain and live stress-free." Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed from behind, "Hey, you two!" causing them both to stop in surprise. From the dark corner of a wooden house, a mysterious figure cloaked in black gestured to them. "Get over here, I have something to say. Hurry up, this is for your own good." Minchin quickly recognized him as an NPC trying to offer a quest. The stranger introduced himself as Dark Mage Dean, wearing a devilish grin as his pale, pupilless eyes stared through his mask, upon noticing that their infamy points were extremely high. Indeed, evil knows no levels. This incredibly dedicated recruiter declared that Minchin and Oasis met the requirements to serve Crow, the god of darkness. Immediately, a bright system notification popped up with the title, Rise of Darkness, inviting them to join the Church of the Dark God to get a chance to change their class to a Dark Knight, a hidden class reserved only for those with infamy scores over 1,000. Oasis couldn't hide her excitement, her eyes shining. At the prospect of unlocking such a rare hidden class, she excitedly turned to call out to her master, but her smile froze when she saw Minchin starting to radiate a terrifying aura again, a blazing fire in his hand as he glared at the old man. The NPC's murderous glare filled Oasis with worry, prompting her to ask anxiously, "What are you doing?" Excitedly ignoring her attempts to stop him, Minchin laughed like a madman. "A hidden class! Ha ha ha!" His sudden personality shift and sinister smirk made even the old, dark mage Dean widened his eyes in sheer horror, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Without a single warning, Minchin swung his hand, burning the old NPC alive on the spot as the flames erupted violently. Dean shrieked in agonizing pain, "You bastard! I'm a high-ranking member of the church! I came to make you stronger! How dare you!" His body rapidly dissolved into thick black smoke. Oasis was utterly dumbfounded. She cried out, unable to comprehend why her master would kill the very person who had just offered him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Facing his partner's outrage, Minchin only replied coldly with an annoyed expression, "I'm not crazy. I just like doing the exact opposite." Right after the old dark mage vanished, a surge of dark energy suddenly erupted, forming a sinister spatial portal amidst the hazy smoke. A massive entity slowly materialized, freezing Oasis in absolute terror, while Minchin let out a smug smirk. A warrior clad in pitch-black iron armor stepped out growling, "Did you kill the Dark Mage, Dean?" The newcomer was none other than Terrio. He looked at Minchin with deep admiration and declared, "We're cut from the same cloth. It took me forever to find someone even more wicked than me." Terrio believed Mincion was just like him, someone obsessed with rage and harboring a desire to commit ultimate evil. Oasis could only sigh in utter exhaustion. Seriously, another absolute freak. Introducing himself as the commander of the Dark Knights, Terrio ordered them both to follow him, to be rewarded accordingly for their cruelty and cunning. Immediately, a glowing system notification popped up, successor of the Demon King. It turned out the Dark God Church had chosen Mincion to receive an extremely rare hidden class, the Dark Knight. Only then did Mincion reveal to a bewildered Oasis, "This is exactly why I killed that mage. The commander of the Knights is the person I actually needed to meet." He nonchalantly stepped into the teleportation portal, ignoring his assistant who scrambled after him, yelling, "Master, wait for me!" They were both transported to a grand but gloomy hall, where blazing torches lined the path leading to a massive magic circle right in the center of the room. Standing before the magic circle, Terrio welcomed them, but reminded them that before they could advance classes, he still had a few questions. Minchin glanced at Oasis and whispered in her ear, "Do not agree to a single thing he says." He assured her that she had far more important things to do. Hearing this, Oasis glared at her master with burning rage. "How can that be?" "Then what did you bring me here for? Am I not cut out for this hidden class?" Mincion snapped back. "If we both charge in, who's going to heal us? You trying to get us killed early?" Mincion reassured Oasis that she would get an even better class soon, keeping her quiet despite her resentment. Terrio then began his speech about Crow the Dark Nebula, the ruler with absolute power over the entire continent. He demanded authoritatively, "Do you agree that this is the truth?" Remembering Mincin's warning, Oasis, though trembling, replied firmly, "I do not agree." That answer threw Terrio into a violent rage as he roared, "What? You dare to disagree with my words?" Deeming Oasis unfit to join the church, he rudely kicked her out immediately. Terrio then turned to Minchin with a sharp, cold glare. "And you? What do you say?" With a calculating smile, Minchin casually replied, "I agree. The Dark Nebula is indeed the ruler of this entire vast continent. Talk about a survival skill shamelessly sucking up to the powerful." This answer highly pleased Terrio. He smugly confirmed that was exactly what he wanted. Terrio continued the ritual with a series of questions about absolute obedience and loyalty to the Crow Church. When asked about eliminating Holy Temple believers and aiding the fallen, Mincion decisively accepted, saying, "That is my duty." When asked his name, he calmly introduced himself. "My name is Labo." Terrio then moved to the final monumental question to seal the deal. "Let's seal the deal. Your body and soul belong to me now." The system immediately notified him that if he agreed, he would officially receive the hidden class Dark Knight. Without a single second of hesitation, Minchin declared, "I agree." Immediately, the class change was complete, marking a massive turning point as all of his mana was wiped out, replaced by using his own health points to cast skills. Beside the newly unlocked skills, Minchin also received an exclusive title, Demon Lord Level 1. This was a unique title whose power and effects had scaled directly with the karma points he accumulated. Mincion realized that the higher his karma points, the more his power would grow. However, if he happened to get imprisoned, everything would reset to a big fat zero. He let out a sinister smile, realizing that this high-risk, high-reward mechanic was both the beauty and the curse of this hidden class. Witnessing that look, Oasis could only sigh in exasperation, terrified of whatever earth-shattering chaos her master was going to stir up next. Right then, Terrio welcomed Mincion as an official Dark Knight and announced a gift for him, the Night Blade, a level 10 weapon that grants an additional 5 damage for members of the Crow Church. Minchin held the sword silently, evaluating if this freebie was actually going to be of any use. Terrio commanded loudly, "Go and throw the entire world into chaos. You have my permission." A blazing teleportation portal materialized. Feeling like her job here was done, Oasis was about to say goodbye, but Minchin flashed a mysterious smirk and stopped her. "Not so fast, Oasis." He began explaining the close bond between players and NPCs, saying that while building a good relationship would benefit players, offending or killing them would cause it to plummet. As he spoke, Minchin slowly drew the Night Blade from its scabbard. With a highly calculating look in his eyes, Mincheon stared straight at Terrio and inquired, "But Commander Terrio, let me ask you a quick question. You're a member of the church, and I'm a member of the church too, right? So the church's power increases based on your karma points, right?" Terrio casually confirmed that was indeed the case. The higher your karma points, the stronger you get. That is the church's guiding principle and the very duty of a dark knight. Hearing this, Oasis could only clutch her head and sigh. God, she had a terrible feeling that something horrific was about to happen. Anyone would have thrown their hands up in defeat dealing with a master like him. Suddenly, Mincheon bowed his head and offered an apology. "And with that, I must apologize to you." Without a single second of hesitation, he swung his sword, unleashing a devastating slash at his leader. With a crazed look on his face, Mincheon roared, "For the future of the church, for my own power! You will be the first soul claimed by this dark ray sword." Normally, players gain experience by killing monsters to level up, earning gold and gear from completing quests. Occasionally, they also gather crafting materials, while cooking and teaming up with others to hunt and raid dungeons. That is the true essence of an MMORPG. But Mincheon was doing something absolutely insane, relentlessly attacking an NPC for 9 hours straight without the opponent fighting back even once. He roared in a fit of rage, "Just die already," while his leader Terrio could only beg helplessly, "Please, I beg of you." Witnessing this scene, Oasis realized that this was definitely no ordinary game. But if this was the path her master had chosen, she decided she would walk it with him. Oasis grabbed a blazing torch and suddenly rushed forward. "Master, let me help." She struck Terrio's armor without hesitation, sending sparks flying everywhere. Mincheon panicked and yelled, "Who asked for your help? You're completely ruining the plan." Panic filled his eyes as he continued to scold her. "Besides, aren't you a non-member of the Dark Star Church?" Oasis froze in shock as she realized she had just made a fatal mistake. Mincheon explained that if the attacker is someone who does not belong to the Dark Star Church, the system will force the NPC to retaliate immediately. Oasis only had time to let out a painful scream before her body completely vanished into thin air. The "You have died" notification popped up, sending Oasis into a state of absolute panic. Meanwhile, Mincheon was still relentlessly swinging his sword at Terrio without a pause. He yelled at her to be patient. "Just wait a bit, his health is almost gone." "If we stop now, those 9 hours will go down the drain." Ignoring Oasis, who was sobbing and begging him to hurry up out of sheer terror, the battle dragged on for another 3 hours. Finally, with a thunderous roar of "D. Terrio," Mincheon put all his strength into a decisive stab to finish off the leader. Mincheon triumphantly held up his iron helmet and declared, "Hey, Oasis, look, I've avenged you." Seeing Oasis, still in soul form, constantly urging him to resurrect her, he casually took out a glowing resurrection stone. The moment her body was restored, Oasis was still in a state of shock. Sobbing, she declared she never wanted to go through that ever again. However, Mincheon barely paid attention to his companion's fear. He flashed a sinister grin and urged her, "All right, let's see what dropped." At the center of the magic circle, they found the Raven's Mask, a unique level 85 item with extremely high magic defense stats. However, this item carried the curse of the Dark God, causing anyone who used it, without the god's favor, to go mad. Since the level requirement was too high, Mincheon couldn't use it. He casually tossed the mask to Oasis and said, "It's a level 85 item. Hold it tight, don't go dropping my gold." Holding the item as it emitted a terrifying dark aura, Oasis trembled, her mood hitting rock bottom. Mincheon, meanwhile, proceeded to harvest the venom of the basilisk, an extremely potent poison capable of neutralizing the enemy's defense. But what surprised and excited him the most was a key, a mysterious key radiating pure evil. In response to Oasis's curiosity, Mincheon only gave a vague reply, "You'll find out later." He held the key high in triumph and declared that the time had finally come to use it. Oasis was still incredibly frustrated, mumbling and grumbling as they walked about how her master only cared about playing solo and keeping all the information to himself. Mincheon could only sigh and told her to stop complaining. He motioned for both of them to step into a teleportation light to leave the gloomy hall. "All right, stop nagging. Let's head back to town and I'll make it up to you later." Right after they disappeared at the scene where Terrio had just fallen, the scattered fragments suddenly began to shake violently and began a bizarre reconstruction process. The armored entity slowly rose amidst digital glitches. he muttered, confirming that everything was exactly as that person had prophesied. Meanwhile, Mincheon and Oasis had returned to the dimly lit streets of the underground city. Oasis eagerly ran after him and asked hopefully, "Are we going to get my job class now?" Mincheon casually confirmed her guess. He paused and added, "But before that, we just need to drop by one more place." This reply irritated Oasis because of her master's beating around the bush. Mincheon began to explain that in a game that has been out for 5 years, like Win Online, playing as a criminal comes with many disadvantages, especially when a criminal tries to do business. He pointed out the harsh reality that those who still remain in this underground city are all lunatics who would tear everything down anywhere. With a serious look on his face, Mincheon revealed their next target. "The guy we're about to meet is the king of the crazies around here. To put it simply, you can call him the Mad King." Oasis trembled with anxiety, unable to understand why her master wanted to meet such a terrifying person. Mincheon explained that to build an empire you need many things, but there is one absolute prerequisite. Oasis quickly chimed in with a guess. "No matter the empire, you need some serious dough first, right?" Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the city, a mysterious figure named Nim was quietly observing a scruffy-looking warrior. He suddenly materialized behind him and sneered, "Looks like you're having a rough time with those bounty hunters." Before the startled warrior could react, Nim pitched an offer for the cheapest gold trading platform on the market, guaranteeing the lowest rates nationwide and secure transactions. 100% post-payment. That totally smells like a pyramid scheme trying to fleece newbies. And so that young man didn't buy it. He just sneered and walked straight past. "Like you could ever trick me." Right at that moment, Mincheon and Oasis loomed over them. Without giving the guy a second to react, Mincheon coldly ordered, "Hey, escort, I want to see your boss." Taken aback by the sudden appearance of these two strangers, Nim's face fell for a split second, but he quickly put back on his playful, mocking smirk. He glanced over at Mincheon's appearance and sneered, sizing him up as nothing more than a dirt-poor grinder with absolutely no future, so he figured he would just ignore him. Playing dumb, he laughed out loud. "What are you talking about? I don't get it. I'm just an ordinary player." "Ha ha! What Oscar-worthy acting!" But his smile vanished instantly when Mincheon stepped in close and whispered a powerful code into his ear. "Go tell Akasa. Anchovy is bringing a big number." The moment the name Anchovy escaped his lips, it was like a bolt of lightning striking Nim's ears. He began to tremble violently, breaking into a cold sweat. Panicked, he waved it off, shaking his head. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You've got the wrong guy." Then he immediately turned tail and bolted into the darkness. Oasis stared after him in confusion, anxiously asking if they should really just let him go like that. But Mincheon calmly assured her they only needed to stand there and wait. When Oasis asked about that bizarre name, Mincheon revealed, "Oh, that's just the username I used when I was managing the game." This truth shocked the AI girl to her core. She couldn't comprehend why her master would risk revealing his true identity in a place so fraught with danger. Mincheon calmly explained that this underworld has its own rules and they would absolutely never expose his information to the outside world, especially Akasa, since Mincheon and him had actually met in real life. While the two of them were still talking, mysterious dark figures began closing in from behind. A bald giant with a long scar over his eye loomed over them, radiating a terrifying pressure. He growled menacingly, "The boss wants a word, no saying no." Instantly, the guards rushed forward to restrain them both. One put a heavy hand on Mincheon's shoulder, demanding his cooperation, which made Oasis cry out in terror for her master. Yet Mincheon remained astonishingly calm. He reassured her that this was just a necessary safety procedure. Both were blindfolded and led through the deep, pitch-black wooden tunnels of an abandoned mine. The heavy thud of footsteps echoing on the wooden floor in the gloomy space led them to a secret door. The guard respectfully reported that they had brought the targets, and from inside, a commanding voice echoed, "Let them in." The moment the blindfolds were pulled off, Mincheon found himself face-to-face with a young man with messy green hair and sharp eyes featuring strange red markings under his eyelids. It was Akasa. He stared at Mincheon in disbelief, his expression shifting from surprise to suspicion as he muttered, "You look kind of familiar, but my anchovy wasn't this pathetic looking." Mem. Stories of their real-life encounter suddenly flooded Mincheon's mind. It was a scorching hot day. Mincheon had just stepped out of a coffee shop with a drink in his hand when a scruffy, sweat-drenched man approached to strike up a conversation. He hesitantly called him by his correct name, Director Nam Minchin. While Minchin stood there stunned, the guy scratched his head awkwardly and introduced himself as Akasa. Without showing any mercy, Minchin warned that he could easily report his illegal activities, which would land him with even more criminal records. Hearing this, Akasa was gripped with sheer terror. He desperately pleaded that this was the only way he could meet him. The pathetic man fell to his knees right in the middle of the street, bowing his head to beg Minchin to withdraw the charges. He swore, in utter despair, that if he was forgiven just this once, he would never repeat any of his wrongdoings again. Yet Minchin's face remained utterly emotionless. He coldly asserted, "We'll go strictly by the book. Crying won't solve anything." He even delivered a devastating blow, adding that even if he could help, he had absolutely no intention of doing so. Akasa completely broke down. Trembling on his knees, gasping for breath out of sheer panic, he could only repeat his desperate plea over and over, "I'm begging you, please save me just this once." Back to reality inside the gloomy room of the underground city, Minchin asked him if he remembered now. Akasa slammed his hand onto the table and barked, "Enough!" Akasa's fury made the room incredibly tense. He coldly ordered all of his subordinates, "Get out right now." The guards quietly withdrew, leaving Minchin and Oasis still kneeling on the floor. Akasa slowly adjusted his sunglasses, staring down at the two vulnerable figures with a deep, inscrutable gaze. But in an instant, Akasa's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He cheered excitedly, "Big Brother Anchovy!" The fearsome underground boss suddenly turned into an absolute fanboy. His menacing face from before completely vanished, replaced by an shamelessly flattering expression. As he blurted out that because his big brother had shown up looking like a total nobody, he hadn't recognized him. Akasa respectfully pressed to know why someone like him would travel all the way to a dump like this. Witnessing this scene, Oasis stood frozen in utter shock. Minchin coldly told him to cut the dramatic act and asked if he knew about him getting fired yet. Akasa insisted that he wasn't so useless that he wouldn't know about something like that. He then listened intently as Minchin declared that from now on his new nickname would be Labo. Akasa wondered what the name Labo meant, to which Minchin casually replied that it was simply his username in this game. Akasa pondered for a moment, trying to deduce if it stood for Last Boss, meaning the ultimate villain. This comment caught Minchin off guard for a second because of the uncanny coincidence. He silently thought, exactly. Oasis looked at her master with deep concern, wondering if he actually intended to become the greatest enemy of this world. Wasting no more time, Minchin demanded they get back to business. He announced that he was going to share a top-secret piece of information and demanded that Akasa pay in gold to get it. In the dim room lit only by a flickering light, Akasa listened intently as Minchin laid out his speculation plan. He summarized, "So, big brother, you want me to hoard as many enhancement stones as, stocking up on them now to wait for the right time to resell for a profit." Minchin nodded in confirmation, explaining that just 1 month after version 6 is updated, the level cap will be raised. Along with the release of a massive wave of new gear, the demand for upgrades will skyrocket, but the market will face a severe shortage of enhancement stones. Minchin asserted that they would wait for the price to peak before dumping their stock to bankrupt everyone else. Even as a veteran merchant, Akasa couldn't help but worry. He hesitated and asked, "If you crash the server like this, who the hell am I going to sell to tomorrow, ghosts?" He asserted that this was just the beginning and there would be even more items causing far worse consequences later on. Minchin knew all too well about Unhasu's greedy nature. He knew that as long as there was money to be made, they would do absolutely anything, completely ignoring the survival of Win Online. Right after that, a transaction notification popped up on Minchin's screen. Akasa decisively transferred 1 million gold to him interest-free as a token of gratitude for the invaluable information. Minchin nodded to thank Akasa and assured him he would repay it soon. Seeing his boss about to leave, Akasa curiously asked if he was going to use this massive sum of money to buy enhancement stones. Minchin coldly denied it. "No, my goal isn't money." He gestured for Oasis to follow, and she quietly left the gloomy room staring at her master's back. Lost in thought, Oasis suddenly remarked, "You have a really good face, you know." Seeing Minchin ask back in confusion, "What do you mean, a good face?" The AI girl then explained that his face looked exactly like theirs, the face of a villain who would do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. Oasis then brought up the past. believing her master had finally dropped the charges because Akasa called him brother and showed him respect. Mincheon walked on casually, explaining, "I only sued him for fun. It was mostly just to make a show of warning him." He believed it was a good way to get players to keep their guard up in a world full of scams. Mincheon confidently stated that even if Akasa hadn't approached him, he would have dropped the lawsuit sooner or later anyway. Seeing that Mincheon had been grinding in the game for 15 hours straight, Oasis anxiously asked if he was tired. Yawning deeply, Mincheon admitted, "Yeah, I am a bit tired." Before taking a break, he asked her to open the trade window to check. Oasis was completely shocked, her eyes widening, in disbelief as the 1 million gold flashed on the screen. "Master, are you giving me all of this?" Mincheon ordered her to use that money to expand her bank storage and buy up all the iron ore priced under 5 gold on the market, leaving her utterly bewildered as to why it had to be iron ore. Mincheon simply said, "I'll explain later, just do it. I'm too tired right now." He also assigned her the task of grinding to level 10 on her own while he was away, reminding her that players who hadn't chosen a class yet could still do so starting from level 12. "All right, I'm off to bed. Bye. Have fun playing the game." Right after that, his body dissolved as he logged out, leaving Oasis standing there all alone. However, instead of being worried, she suddenly grew incredibly excited because finally, she got to be on her own to truly enjoy the game. Oasis cheered with pure joy, then ran straight to a shop and boldly ordered the bewildered shopkeeper, "I want to buy all the iron ore priced under 5 gold." With the massive iron ore buyout complete, Oasis began her solo grinding journey with absolute excitement. She kept swinging her sword, wiping out hordes of monsters while chanting, "Let's hunt some bats, let's hunt some spiders." However, it didn't take long for the system to warn her that her inventory was full and needed organizing. Looking at the pile of trash loot, Oasis had an idea. "There's so much trash loot. In that case, let's just make cloth out of this spider silk." She busily started crafting, causing her skill level to rapidly rise, and her inventory quickly filled up with rolls of spider silk cloth. The more she crafted, the more hooked she became, gasping, "This is so much fun." She didn't stop there. She went on to challenge herself with cooking. Level up notifications flooded in as Oasis cooked batch after batch of batwing soup. When she felt like there was nothing left to do, she switched to fishing. Her fishing skill leveled up rapidly as she reeled in massive fish. It was a full day's work for a true life skiller. Just by focusing on production skills, Oasis officially reached level 12. She thought to herself with satisfaction, "Wow, leveling up through production skills like this is great." But as she sat alone fishing by the water's edge, Oasis started to worry. "But why hasn't Master logged back in yet? It's already been a day." Suddenly, 2 rough-looking men appeared from behind. One of them gasped in surprise upon seeing a newcomer in this place. A newbie in the Undercity. "How long has it been since we last saw one?" He licked his lips greedily and ordered his partner, "Let's get her!" The other guy chimed in with excitement, "Let's go!" Both of them rushed straight toward Oasis with weapons in hand. Witnessing that, Oasis could only turn around in shock. The thug laughed crazily, "Hey there, little sister, now that you're in here, hand over your life." Meanwhile, Mincheon jolted awake in his sun-drenched room, by his phone vibrating relentlessly. Checking the screen, he was stunned to see 52 missed calls and dozens of urgent messages from CEO Shinji and Lee Dong-ha. Realizing he couldn't just vanish without a trace, Mincheon told himself he had to come up with a plausible excuse for his absence. At a barbecue restaurant that evening, Mincheon casually announced to his former teammates that he was planning to go on a trip, leaving CEO Shinji utterly dumbfounded. The art team leader. He explained that after 15 years of working himself to death, it was time to go somewhere far away. Lee Dong-ha eagerly supported the idea right away. Looking at his friends from their high school club who had created Win Online with him, Mincheon thought to himself that going on a trip would be the best excuse to avoid suspicion. Regarding the unusual actions of the character Labo in the game, Shinji pressed him about his exact destination. Mincheon quickly threw out a few options like India or South America, which even got Dong-ha excited about traveling to Bali, even though Dong-ha kept telling him to use this chance to get some well-deserved rest after such a long, exhausting grind. But Shinji's eyes still held deep suspicion. She coldly put down her glass and asked a pointed question. "Once you leave, are you coming back, or are you planning to ruin the game completely?" Seeing Min-chan still looking dazed, Shinji clarified, I'm asking what your plan is after you get back. Min-cheon could only answer honestly that he hadn't thought about that at all. Meanwhile, as Jong-ha was still busy wrapping meat and expressing his jealousy, Min-cheon suddenly fell into deep thought. He wondered when the last time he had slept deeply was. With a knowing smirk, he told Jong-ha to quit his job too. Then the three of them went back to eating dinner in a heavy, silent atmosphere. After slamming her empty glass onto the table, she looked straight at her two former teammates and said, I'm sick of working for other people. What if we moved to the countryside to raise fish and make games? Shinji wanted the three of them to start over from scratch just like their dreamy high school days. She looked at Min-chan and Jong-ha and said sincerely, Look at how big this anchovy is. Let's start over, the three of us. We can open a small company just like back in high school. The three of us will make simple games. Hearing that, Jong-ha squealed with excitement. Me, I'm in. If you open a company, I'm following you. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became unusually lively. Faced with their youngest teammates' enthusiasm, Min-cheon could only smile. Honestly, you idiots. How many drinks have you guys had to be this drunk already? But he suddenly dragged them back to harsh reality. With a serious look on his face, he reminded Shinji that she still had the burden of her mother's medical bills and her younger brother's tuition. Then he turned to the trembling Jong-ha. And your wife is about to give birth. And you're still talking nonsense like that. Jong-ha was about to speak, but Min-cheon quickly poured more alcohol to ease the tense atmosphere. All right, you guys, just drink up. Looking at his friends, he secretly wished for a day when the three of them could open a small company together and spend happy days making games. But he told himself that now was not the time for that, because the most important thing to do was to get revenge on Napon for ruining their game. Min-cheon steeled his resolve. As for the villain, I can play that role alone. It was late at night when Min-cheon left the restaurant, his mind drifting back to the virtual world. Anyway, I wonder if Oasis is doing okay. Right at that moment, a brutal attack was unfolding inside Win Online. A thug rushed forward at a terrifying speed, swinging his weapon to attack Oasis. A powerful collision erupted with a deafening crash, shattering the ground. The giant stared in, utter shock as his lightning attack was instantly neutralized. Oasis just stood there with an innocent look, asking in confusion, Hey, is something wrong? Why did you suddenly... The two thugs started to panic. They couldn't believe a greenhorn newbie could block their coordinated attack. Thinking this was just some silly technical glitch, the skinny guy yelled, It's just a bug. Let's go again. Bad players always blame the game, bro. The big guy gritted his teeth in agreement. Both of them charged straight at the petite girl, determined to take her down instantly. But Oasis's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce determination. Facing the incoming blade and steel fist, she calmly swung her tiny dagger. Clashing sounds rang out as the system repeatedly flashed notifications, block successful. Both attackers were stunned to see all their efforts perfectly blocked, right before their eyes. Sick and tired of being bothered, Oasis snapped, Why do you keep attacking me? The two thugs froze. They began to suspect this was a major game glitch. The skinny guy muttered about how absurd it was that not even minimum chip damage was applied despite the block. Only then did the big guy realize the truth. He explained that in Win Online there was a one-of-a-kind weapon with a damage reduction rate of up to 100%, something anyone could buy at the beginner shop. Realizing they were getting schooled by the cheapest item in the store, the skinny guy angrily claimed this was some kind of cheap, gimmick weapon. Since its attack power was so low, no one ever used it in actual combat. However, he started to shudder at the thought that Oasis could block all of their attacks with just that cheap weapon. He wondered if she was a PvP genius or actually a cheater using hacks. Since he had never encountered a hacker in this game before, he decided to test her skills himself. The skinny guy quickly pulled a crossbow from his back, determined to find out if his opponent was a cheater. The skinny guy roared, Let's see if your little dagger can block my rain of arrows. He immediately activated his skill, Piercing Rain of Arrows, sending a volley of arrows charged with bright blue electricity pouring down like a storm. Standing in the middle of the Plaza Oasis, could only look up at the incoming rain of arrows with a worried face. Loud metallic clangs rang out continuously as Oasis struggled to defend against the relentless onslaught. Watching the scene, the two thugs became even more convinced. Yep, that's definitely a hack. But then a sharp snap rang out. Oasis's starter dagger had reached its limit and instantly shattered under the pressure of the magic arrows. The system coldly announced durability depleted, weapon destroyed. With her only defense gone, Oasis was completely helpless against the remaining incoming arrows. An arrow pierced her chest, sending her collapsing to the ground as the screen instantly went black with the words, "You have died." Looking at the lifeless body lying among the arrows, the two killers began to wonder if she really was a hacker or just a newbie with insane reflexes. Sensing something terrifying and wrong, they were about to report the incident to the GM when a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind, "Two big guys bullying a girl, huh?" Mincheon appeared with a pale, exhausted face, clutching his head, which was pounding with a splitting headache from last night's drinking. He muttered, blaming himself, "If I ever drink too much again, then I'm no better than a beast." Seeing a stranger suddenly appear, the two thugs panicked and barked, "Who the hell are you supposed to be?" Mincheon calmly pointed toward Asis, who was lying on the ground, and declared that he was a friend of that poor girl. Seeing her savior, Asis sobbed and wailed through her tears, "Master, please avenge me." Mincheon's eyes instantly turned razor-sharp as he slowly drew his sword from its scabbard with an overwhelming aura. Gritting his teeth, he delivered a chilling warning, "If you plan on slaughtering someone, then you'd better be prepared to be slaughtered yourself." He lunged forward at a terrifying speed, catching the two thugs completely off guard. A swift slash grazed the skinny thug's body, leaving him unable to react. But the skinny guy suddenly paused. He blankly checked his wound and burst into a mocking laugh. "Man, I thought he was going to be insanely strong. Geez, turns out he's just all talk, ha ha ha." Mincheon gritted his teeth in bitter frustration as the system notified him that he couldn't deal any damage due to the massive level gap. Seizing the opportunity, the giant lunged forward and swung an iron fist, shouting, "Time for your beating!" He unleashed a thunderous strike which Mincheon barely managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. Mincheon quickly backpedaled and pulled out a ceramic vial, emitting an eerie mist, muttering to himself, "Using this on these guys is such a waste, but I have to do it." He decisively hurled the viper poison vial at them. A loud explosion rang out, and a sickening green toxic mist immediately enveloped the area. The two thugs began coughing violently. Realizing in a panic that this was poison, they scrambled and yelled to each other, "Oh my God, he used a stink bomb run, man!" The agonizing coughing made it impossible for them to breathe. Holding his nose, the skinny thug screamed in despair, "Damn it! Let's get out of here!" From high above, Mincheon appeared holding a blazing torch, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He casually explained, "This toxic mist acts just like gas. So if you want it to disappear, you just have to burn it all up." With that, Mincheon casually dropped the torch. One of the thugs shrieked in despair as the flames erupted violently. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, blowing away everything nearby and turning the street into a raging sea of fire. Watching from a distance, Aces could only call out, "Master," in utter shock. Thick smoke enveloped the blazing buildings. The giant thug hastily chugged a recovery potion, screaming to urge his partner, who was slumped flat on the ground. "What the hell are you waiting for? Use a revival potion, quick." But the skinny thug had completely lost his ability to fight back. Shaking, he cursed helplessly, "Damn it, I'm stunned." In this world, if a player loses more than 70% of their health within just 5 seconds, they fall into a stunned state, and if they take another hit before they can recover, it's game over for sure. Emerging from the raging fire and smoke, Mincheon calmly walked out, silently evaluating his opponents. As expected of high-level players, they really are something. Looking at the two pathetic figures in front of him, he smirked mockingly. "Seems like you guys aren't dead yet, huh?" The skinny thug screamed in panic, blustering that his stun wouldn't last long. Determined not to let his partner get hurt, the giant gritted his teeth and lunged forward to shield him, shouting, "Don't worry!" He immediately activated his defensive stance skill, putting himself in an absolute defensive state, to absorb every incoming attack for his party member while drastically boosting his own defense. Mincheon coldly declared, "It's over." He activated his dark aura, causing a dark purple demonic energy to envelop his entire body and sword. Building up momentum. Mincheon dashed forward like a bolt of black lightning. The giant braced himself behind his shield. He was confident that a low-level scrub like Mincheon could never break through his defense, but Mincheon leaped high into the air, delivering a devastating downward slash straight onto his opponent's head. The enemy cried out in terror at Mincheon's sudden surge of power. What? His slash felt like a scratch earlier. Why does this hurt so damn much? Mincheon smirked sinisterly. A bit different from before, isn't it? That was thanks to his dark aura skill and exclusive ability for Dark Knights that completely bypasses all enemy defenses, even though the price is losing 1% of his health every second. Mincheon knew this was the only way to bridge the level gap, so he told himself to end the fight as quickly as possible. His relentless slashes left the giant overwhelmed, forcing the skinny thug to scream, "Drop your defensive stance, just attack!" Listening to his partner, the giant immediately leaped into the air, bringing down a fatal blow with a fierce shout, "This is where your little tricks end." A massive impact erupted, sending a terrifying shockwave through the area. Before the dust could even settle, the giant was stunned to see Mincheon suddenly swap to a beginner's dagger right before his eyes. The skinny thug standing nearby trembled, unable to believe what he was seeing. Did he just swap weapons? But how is that possible mid-combat? In reality, weapon swapping requires absolute split-second timing. Even the slightest error would cause the weapon to drop to the ground, leading to instant failure. This was a high-level technique that most players had long forgotten due to its extreme difficulty. Their shock quickly turned to sheer terror. The skinny thug stammered, "How can he pull off a high-level technique like that so casually? Who the hell is this guy?" Realizing the danger, the giant screamed in panic, "Run! We messed with the wrong guy!" Hearing this, Mincheon only replied coldly as he stepped through the smoke, "No. I'm far beyond a professional. I'm more like a veteran." His eyes glowed with sheer bloodlust. Mincheon swung his sword and dashed forward, leaving the two killers frozen in absolute despair. The giant's eyes widened in shock at Mincheon's speed. He screamed, "What?" Mincheon glided like a ghost, moving so fast that they couldn't even see the trajectory of his blade. He realized in shock that he wasn't the target. Mincheon's real target was the skinny guy who was slowly regaining consciousness right as he yelled, "I'm not stunned anymore." This guy immediately faced death. A single fatal slash made him vanish completely into thin air. Standing at the scene, Mincheon coldly watched the dissolving corpse and sneered, "Too weak to act tough. Go home and retire already." The remaining giant panted in agony, desperately fleeing through the gloomy wooden buildings of the underground city, cursing in sheer terror as he ran. What the hell was that? Realizing he couldn't escape the pursuit, the giant hastily triggered the logout command. The system immediately displayed a notification, "You will log out in 5 seconds." He held his breath, watching the countdown, 5, 4, 3, but right at the 3rd second, a terrible premonition made him freeze, looking up just as the number 2 appeared. Mincheon lunged down from midair with a murderous grin, his sword enveloped in pitch-black demonic energy. Right at the very last second, Mincheon's blade pierced straight through the giant's head, finishing him off right before he could escape the game. A violent blast of dark energy erupted, putting an end to the two killers in the quiet expanse of the underground city. Oasis was still struggling in the water, sniffling and crying in self-pity for being left behind. "You forgot about me, didn't you, Master?" Mincheon immediately used a resurrection stone item to bring Oasis back from the dead. Shrouded in a brilliant light, Oasis appeared trembling, completely broken, as she lamented to herself, "This is pure hard labor. I can't take this anymore." Seeing his partner in a state of utter panic, Mincheon gently placed his hand on her head and offered an apologetic comfort. "Sorry, Oasis. I'm too late, aren't I?" However, that tenderness quickly vanished when Mincheon casually added a line that left Oasis frozen in shock. "Keep getting resurrected and you'll get used to it eventually." Ignoring her speechless expression, the system immediately displayed Mincheon's updated status board, where his infamy points had jumped to 4,380. Looking at the post-battle results, Mincheon showed clear disappointment, muttering, "P. King. 2 guys only gave me this many points. What a waste of my poison potion." Seeing her master dissatisfied, Oasis innocently asked if those guys just weren't strong enough, or what. Mincheon sighed and explained the harsh rules of the underworld. When players with infamy points PK each other, the winner gets half of the opponent's points. But I only gained 2,000. Currently, his level 2 Demon King class was granting him substantial bonus stats based on his infamy points, such as increased attack power and maximum HP. However, looking at his ultimate goal, Mincheon could only sigh tiredly to himself. The road to the number 1 infamy spot is still a long one. Walking down the street, Mincheon suddenly turned to instruct Oasis on something important. Your reaction speed might be suspected of cheating, so in the future you need to. Slow down your combat movements a bit. Oasis was bewildered, not understanding why she had to intentionally move slower. Mincheon flashed a sinister grin and explained that it was a way to hide their true power, giving people a tiny break so they could keep torturing them later. Her master's deeply sarcastic words left Oasis speechless, her eyes wide with shock. Oasis was still in a daze, murmuring about the word humanity her master had just uttered. Seeing her freeze at the bottom of the stairs, Mincheon turned back and urged, "What's wrong? Hurry up and get over here." He announced that they were going to get her class change quest making. Oasis squeal in excitement. Really? Standing before a grand, imposing structure with massive stone pillars, towering high and a brilliant light radiating from within, Oasis realized this was a sacred temple. Suddenly, Mincheon stepped forward and firmly grabbed Oasis by both shoulders, startling her. With a serious face, he lowered his voice, called her name, and began explaining the fatal weakness of his class. Every skill of a dark knight consumes health instead of mana. Because of this, Mincheon always had to keep his HP at a safe level to fight. He insisted that he couldn't just rely on regular healing potions, but absolutely needed direct healing from another skill. Mincheon's eyes suddenly went wild, and he roared with determination, "Therefore you must become a priest!" To his assistant's utter shock, he demanded roughly, "You have to keep my health bar topped off." Oasis froze for a second, breaking into a cold sweat as she finally saw the truth of the situation. "So, I'm just a walking health pack." Mincheon didn't wait even a second. He urged in absolute excitement, "Hurry up and take the class change quest. We have so much to do." Ignoring Oasis's thrashing and screaming as she was suddenly scooped up, Mincheon dashed straight into the temple at breakneck speed. Even though Oasis had always wanted a useful class to support her master, she never expected to be forced into the role of a walking health pot like this. Mincheon yelled as he ran, drowning out her protests. "I told you I'd give you a special job, didn't I?" The two of them plunged into the brilliant light at the end of the hall. The next day, Oasis dragged herself out of the temple with a tired look, quietly announcing, "It's done." Now she had officially changed classes to a priest wearing solemn robes and holding a scepter. The status board showed Oasis had reached level 12, possessing exceptional intelligence and mana ready for her backline support role. Seeing his partner's new look, Mincheon was ecstatic, constantly patting her head and praising her to no end. "Oh my god, look at you, it suits you so well. You look exactly like a real priest, don't you?" Mincheon even flattered her, saying that with such a noble and stunning appearance, parties would be lining up to invite her to raid dungeons. Faced with her master's over-enthusiasm, Oasis could only cry in helplessness. "I get it, so please stop already." Hearing Mincheon confidently declare that the two of them were officially in the same boat now, she asked suspiciously, "We're not going to kill another NPC, are we?" Mincheon shook his head in denial and decisively revealed his next crazy goal, reaching the top of the server in 1 month. "If we can't do it, we quit the game." Oasis was so shocked she froze. In just 1 month, she knew very well that by normal logic it would take players over half a year of relentless grinding to reach the max level. However, Mincheon knew very well that time was running out. Exactly 1 month from now, the biggest update in history would unlock the new continent, bringing a massive wave of new gear, and it would raise the level cap to 100. With a devious smirk on his face, Mincheon declared that they had to reach the max level before that time. To participate in the update and hoard all the best loot from the new continent, their very first stop was the Viper's Cave. It was a normal difficulty dungeon, but the recommended level was as high as 50. Standing at the entrance was a giant stone serpent head with its mouth wide open, looking incredibly eerie. Stepping into the dark cavern, Oasis asked anxiously, Master, aren't we still below level 50? Mincheon just kept walking nonchalantly and reassured her, "Don't worry. I've got it all figured out. Worst case scenario, we just die." Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. A giant serpent lunged out with a deafening roar. Mincheon froze in surprise, while Oasis could only shriek in pure terror. Ah! A massive impact sent them both flying. Oasis crashed to the ground, groaning in pain as she struggled to look up at the monster looming right over her. Hissing terrifyingly, it prepared for its next strike on the tiny intruders. Mincheon gritted his teeth in irritation, muttering, "Stupid thing, jumping out of nowhere and startling me." He instantly got into a fighting stance and activated his dark aura skill, wrapping his sword in a deep purple energy. Minchin barked out an order, "Heal me now!" Hearing the command, Oasis gripped her staff tightly, her eyes filled with determination. "Yes, I will protect you, master." Meanwhile, Minchin leaped into the air, swinging his sword to deliver a devastating blow. The critical hit tore through the monster's tough scales, making it writhe and howl in agony. Minchin followed up with a barrage of lightning-fast slashes, leaving the beast thrashing around, completely unable to fight back. But suddenly a powerful counterstrike sent Minchin flying backward. Witnessing this, Oasis panicked and screamed, "Master!" She immediately cast her healing touch skill, wrapping Minchin's injured body in a warm green glow and glowing recovery symbols. Feeling his health bar refill, Minchin smirked with satisfaction. "Nice job, Oasis. Guess I can actually rely on your healing for once." Talk about praising someone just to set them up for a fall. While Minchin launched a relentless assault on the monster's tough scales, Oasis kept channeling her healing magic from behind to keep him safe. However, in her anxiety, she started spamming her skill, raining down endless bursts of healing light without stopping. Witnessing this massive waste of mana, Minchin's face went pale with shock. He screamed at her, "Stop! Once my health is full, you're supposed to stop! Why are you spamming it like that? You're going to run out of mana, plus doing that will draw the monster's aggro to you! How can you be so careless?" But his warning came too late. The giant serpent had already switched targets. Opening its fanged maw wide, it lunged straight at the defenseless girl. A violent impact shook the cavern right where Oasis stood, leaving Minchin to scream in utter despair, "Oh my god, my pocket healer just got wiped out!" To use his Dark Knight skills, Minchin had to sacrifice 1% of his health every second. Without heals or potions, he could only last for a little over 1 minute. If he died, the experience penalty would be massive. So Minchin told himself, "I cannot lose this." Ooze. Charging straight at the monster, he reminded himself to stay calm. After all, he was the one who had designed every single attack pattern of these monsters. Talk about a taste of his own medicine. Instantly, the giant serpent unleashed a powerful tail swipe, shattering the ground right where Minchin had been standing. Next came the constrict move. Minchin quickly spotted an opening and skillfully dodged past the monster's massive body, calmly reading its movements because he knew exactly what was coming next. Just as expected, the serpent lunged for a lethal bite with its razor-sharp fangs. Minchin realized this was his one and only chance to turn the tables. "Only one shot! This is it!" Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his dark mana into his sword, preparing to deliver the final decisive strike, the blade surging with dark energy plunged straight into the monster's head, making it roar in agony. However, realizing the attack wasn't enough to finish it off, Minchin's face fell as he gasped, "Oh crap, we're done for!" The system immediately notified insufficient damage. Minchin was blown back, crashing heavily onto the ground. Groaning in pain and despair, he wished, "Man, I really need a heal right now." Suddenly, bright green particles began to envelop his hands and body. Minchin watched in disbelief as his wounds miraculously healed. Staring at the glowing recovery magic, he rejoiced, realizing he was still in the game. With the giant serpent roaring ahead, Minchin bolted forward, shouting, "Hang on, I'm coming to save you!" After a loud explosion, the serpent finally collapsed and dissolved. Minchin frantically searched through the monster's remains and found Oasis lying motionless. Her body was covered in slimy residue. She let out a soft gasp, then suddenly snapped her eyes open. Seeing that she was alive, Minchin cried out her name in relief, "Oasis." Oasis weakly looked up at him and whispered, "Master." Even though she was exhausted from the brutal attack, she offered a trusting smile. "I knew no matter how reckless you were, you'd still win. We got so lucky." After the life-and-death battle, Oasis stared at her level-up notification in sheer excitement. She cheered, "Whoa, defeating that monster gave me 5 whole levels, Minchin." Smiling, he explained that this massive reward was due to the huge level gap between the monster and the players. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He quietly walked toward the cave wall. Although the XP was massive, Minchin couldn't help but feel disappointed looking at the actual loot dropped. Just a few pieces of snake meat, 30 gold, and 6 measly snake scales. He muttered to himself that this loot was pretty trash and decided they needed to find a higher quality dungeon next time. Seeing Minchin carefully feeling the stone wall, Oasis asked curiously, Master, is there something special about that wall? Why do you keep touching it? He began to explain that this place was originally designed as a dungeon for the Lizardman tribe. Mincheon analyzed that since this was a virtual reality game, having players slaughter humanoid monsters often made them feel uncomfortable. That's why the developers replaced them with other types of monsters so players would feel more at ease during combat. Still, he knew for a fact that the deadly intricate traps designed by the ancient lizardmen were still lurking in some dark corner around here. With a cold, sharp glare and a calculating smirk, Mincheon declared with absolute certainty, "Check this out," he said before decisively pressing down on a hidden stone slab. Instantly, a loud rumble echoed and the ground shook violently as a massive spike trap burst up from the earth. Looking down into the deep pit bristling with sharp spikes, Oasis shuddered as she realized this was a lethal trap where falling in meant instant death. Mincheon casually, indifferent, explained that this trap was no joke, as even the strongest monsters would die if they fell in. He then bluntly told her to keep moving, but when Oasis blankly asked where they were going, Mincheon finally revealed his plan to herd the monsters straight into this pit. Realizing she was the one who had to act as bait, Oasis asked in utter shock, "Wait, you want me to do it?" All she got in response was a cold glare and a blunt reply from her master. "Well, who else you expect me to do it? Besides, you're a fast runner." Seeing Oasis still trembling with fear, Mincheon smiled to reassure her, saying, "Look, if you're nervous, since it's your first time, just bring back a few monsters to start with. It's fine." That encouraging pep talk only made her head spin. Face pale and heart heavy, Oasis reluctantly trudged alone into the deep, dark cave, her eyes wide with terror, as she felt the presence of a massive creature stalking her from behind. Suddenly, a giant snake lunged out of the darkness, giving Oasis barely enough time to scream in sheer terror before she spun around and bolted back, crying and screaming for her master at the top of her lungs. Meanwhile, Mincheon stood waiting, looking absolutely thrilled as he spotted about 10 monsters charging his way. Completely ignoring Oasis, who was sobbing in sheer terror, the giant snake bared its fangs and opened its massive jaws wide, hissing menacingly right at Oasis's heels. The poor priestess could only shriek in despair, running for her absolute life, her frantic footsteps mixed with the roars of the monsters, creating utter chaos in the dark cave. Standing at a distance, watching the massive cloud of dust rolling in, Mincheon simply watched with total composure, not making a single move to rescue her. Oasis's desperate cries for help echoed throughout the cave as she ran so hard her head was spinning and her vision blurred. The giant snake was hot on her heels, ready to swallow her whole at any second. Seeing the monsters closing in, Mincheon yelled, "Hurry up, Oasis!" Shaking with tears as she ran for her life, she wailed, "I'm so scared, I don't want to die here." Just as the giant snake lunged right behind her, Mincheon muttered, "Perfect." He decisively slammed the lever on the cave wall to spring the trap. Summoning every last bit of her strength, Oasis leapt right over the pit. Carried by its own momentum, the giant monster plummeted straight into the spike pit, its body skewered, leaving it completely helpless. But in her sheer panic, Oasis misjudged her jump and began to slip, falling backward into the dark abyss. In that split second between life and death, she reached out her hand, crying for her master. Mincheon quickly lunged forward to grab her, shouting her name, but disaster struck. Their hands only grazed past each other, failing to lock together. Mincheon's face went pale with shock, while Oasis could only scream in utter despair. "No, how did that happen?" she shrieked before falling straight down into the spike-filled pit. Mincheon froze, watching helplessly as his partner vanished into the dark depths. A painful groan echoed from the bottom of the pit. 2 hours later, the intense monster hunt was still underway. Oasis was frantically running for her life, once again leading the very last pack of monsters toward the spike trap. She screamed out to her master, "This is it! The last 8 are right behind me!" Without a moment's hesitation, Mincheon slammed down on the switch. A deafening roar echoed out, instantly crushing the swarm of snakes to pieces, though it did cost Oasis 3 of her lives to make it happen. But in the end, Oasis had finally mastered the art of baiting. With a beaming face, she proudly showed off her achievement. "Master, look, I'm already level 30. Mincheon nodded in satisfaction, praising her. "Not bad, you're finally ready. Now time for your class advancement, so I can keep exploiting you." Oasis cheered in agreement, but Mincheon suddenly paused. A scheming smile crept onto his face as he muttered, "Actually, before that, It would be a shame to leave since we've already cleared out this whole place. Up next, shouldn't we cross the boss off our list too? The two of them stopped before a massive set of double doors. Gazing up at the colossal structure, Oasis couldn't hide her anxiety and stammered, "I know I leveled up, but the dungeon boss—" "It's level 50. Isn't that a bit too much for us?" Minchin casually reassured her, explaining that he'd just use another trap to take it down. Hearing this, Oasis turned pale with fear. "Wait, do I have to be the bait again?" Minchin quickly shook his head, explaining his new plan. No, all you have to do is open the door and step inside for a second. I'll trigger the trap from out here." Despite his confident reassurance, Oasis was still racked with sheer panic. Trembling, she whimpered to herself, "My pockets are still empty, but my life bar is already running on fumes, Master." Her tiny hands slowly pushed the heavy stone doors open, revealing a dark, eerie abyss where danger lurked in every shadow. Holding her breath, Oasis stepped inside. Staring into the pitch-black void of the boss room, she muttered, I can't see anything." Suddenly, the torches lining the walls erupted in flames all at once, illuminating a grand yet ominous hall. In the dead silence, a low rumbling sound echoed from the far end of the chamber, causing Oasis to freeze. Standing completely alone in the massive, perilous hall, pure terror washed over her face, as she realized exactly what she was up against. A basilisk, a terrifying beast capable of turning its victims to stone. Just then, Minchion poked his head out from behind the door with a mischievous grin. "Hey, it's just a little petrification, no big deal. Just think of it as taking a little breather." Oasis stared at him in utter disbelief. Dumbfounded, she stammered, "Wait, what? Why would you do this?" But the monster's glowing red eyes were already locked onto her from behind. The colossal basilisk reared up, unleashing a suffocating aura that made the entire room tremble. Oasis could feel her limbs gradually turning to stone. Trembling in despair, she cried out, Master! Help!" Ignoring his partner's sheer panic, Minchin remained casually tucked behind the door, offering some completely irresponsible reassurance. "Don't worry, I'll trap it before it can even touch you." In that instant, the monster bared its razor-sharp fangs and lunged straight at the helpless girl. Minchin watched with a cold, calculating gaze and then slammed the hidden lever down. Instantly, massive razor-sharp iron spikes erupted from the ground, skewering the basilisk and sending it thrashing in agony right next to Oasis. Pinned to the floor by the iron spikes, the giant beast gasped its final breath amidst the rubble. Minchion casually strolled over to Oasis, who was still frozen solid in stone, and tried to comfort her. "See, I told you so. It was nothing to worry about." Talk about the worst comfort ever. But suddenly deep, terrifying cracks began to spiderweb across the stone shell enveloping Oasis, catching Minchin completely off guard. Her petrified body suddenly shattered, crumbling into a pile of stone dust and debris that rained down onto the floor. Minchin stood frozen, staring blankly at the pile of rubble and the lonely staff belonging to his unfortunate companion. A bright flashing notification announced the dungeon had been cleared, but the atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly heavy. Resurrecting once more, Oasis gritted her teeth and growled, "Just you wait. If I ever run this server, you're the first one getting deleted." Witnessing his partner's absolute fury, Minchin could only click his tongue, muttering to himself that sometimes the realistic physics engine of this game was actually a bit of a curse. Oasis kept huffing and puffing, her face twisted in pure annoyance after being used as bait yet again. When Minchin reminded her that it was time to go, complete her first-class advancement, she could only snap back in a drippingly sarcastic tone, Yeah, of course we have to go." Oasis was completely exhausted and bewildered by his insane strategies. Sensing that his partner was in a truly foul mood, Minchin scratched his head awkwardly and told her to go finish her class advancement at the Dark Cult Temple, promising he'd meet up with her, after taking care of some personal business. Minchion quietly walked away, leaving Oasis shooting daggers at his back. He offered her a silent apology. "Sorry, kiddo, but I've got to go embrace the dark side so I can carry us later. I'll be seeing that guy very soon." Minchion stepped into the teleportation portal and was immediately greeted by a priest of the Dark Church who spread his arms wide in pure excitement. "Welcome, child of the Dark God. Have you already reached level 30? The priest showered Minchin with endless praise for his rapid growth, assuring him that Lord Crow would be absolutely thrilled. Facing this fanatical reception, Minchin kept his face completely blank silently, noting that his affinity with the church was remaining stable. Looking at the swirling dark energy, the priest declared solemnly, "And now I shall awaken more of your latent potential. Do you wish to advance to a dark night?" Without a single second of hesitation, Minchin nodded. Of course. Instantly, the magic circle beneath his feet flared, enveloping him in a torrent of pitch-black energy. A flurry of system notifications popped up congratulating Minchin on officially advancing to a dark night. He had also unlocked two powerful new skills, Shadow Link and Hand of Darkness. Feeling the raw power surging through his veins, Minchin smirked with satisfaction. Perfect. From this moment on, I'm a real dark knight. His gaze turned ice-cold as his eyes locked onto the priest. He thought to himself, time to test out these new skills. But suddenly a soft, mysterious voice echoed through the air. "Adventurer, can you hear my voice? If you can hear me, please, come find me." Great, another troublesome quest. A system notification suddenly popped up. "The goddess is calling you. Will you answer, Minchin?" Realizing this was the goddess encounter event, a special privilege reserved for players who completed the first-class advancement, he smirked slightly and said, "I'm so glad to meet you, my lady." Before the goddess departed, Minchin coldly left a parting greeting. "See you next time, Terrio," and then disappeared in a brilliant pillar of light piercing the sky. Minchin was transported to a magnificent shrine set amidst a glittering field of stars. From within the stream of light, a woman of ethereal beauty gradually emerged clad in a pure white dress. Her long golden hair flowed freely with a brilliant halo shining behind her. It was Gaia in the form of a powerful Eastern goddess. Gaia smiled gently and welcomed him. "Welcome, adventurer." Minchin looked up with a deeply skeptical gaze, causing her to flusteredly correct her form of address. Master." Seeing Gaia's radiant smile, Minchin suddenly snapped upright in anger. "Oh, so now I'm master. Just a second ago, who was the one that stomped on my head like a cockroach?" Gaia flusteredly made excuses, claiming she didn't mean to step on him but had simply happened to land right on his head. Minchin could only bark in annoyance. "Cut the crap!" The atmosphere suddenly turned somber as Minchin looked straight into Gaia's eyes and called her name Gaia. His playful demeanor was completely gone. Instead, he seriously asked the question that had been haunting him for so long. "I want to ask you something. Why didn't you delete the plague data?" Facing Minchin's cold, sharp glare, Gaia only looked at him in silence, her expression deeply solemn. A horrific scene flashed back, flames engulfing everything as tiny citizens ran around in utter despair. What a tragedy. There's nothing more we can do. Standing before the digital map of the burning city, Minchin had decisively ordered, "Delete all data on this incident, Gaia." With a sorrowful look in her eyes, Gaia had still respectfully obeyed. "Yes, master." She immediately operated the control panel, and the system quickly processed the data, reaching 100%. However, when the confirmation box, "Do you want to delete all data?" popped up, presenting two options, OK and Cancel, things had apparently not gone as he expected. Returning to reality, Minchin stared straight at the goddess in front of him and demanded answers. "Let me ask you something, Gaia. Why didn't you delete the data on that virus?" Responding to his suspicion, Gaia, in her noble goddess form, simply declared coldly, "Your contract as my master has expired. Now I just do whatever I want." Minchin was stunned. He continued to expose her shady actions. "You told Yun Hasu about the existence of that virus. I can understand that part. But for you to actively attack me like this? Everything you've done up until now was a conspiracy against me." Confronted with these fierce accusations, Gaia only bowed her head in deep melancholy. "I'm so sorry. I cannot answer this question." Minchin went speechless. His eyes filled with bitterness at the chilling silence of his once closest partner. Minchin sighed, bitterly muttering, "After all, you're just a pile of mindless code. Why did I even waste my breath on you?" In the face of Gaia's silence, Minchin pointed his finger at her, declaring war with fierce determination. "Just you wait, Gaia. I'll show you how I'll put an end to you and this entire world." In contrast to his rage, Gaia smiled gently and remarked, "Master, you haven't changed at all." She believed that even though Minchin could make the most rational decisions, and sometimes his actions were incredibly foolish and impulsive, although she adored that side of him, Gaia maintained that what she was doing now was for the best, to protect this world. Watching the creators departing back, she softly promised, "I don't know how you plan to destroy this world. But if you want me to wait, I will wait, Master." Minchin clenched his fists and growled in determination. "I won't disappoint you, Gaia." As he walked out of the magnificent shrine, he swore to himself that when the final moment came, he would bring this win online to a terrible end. Witnessing his resolve, Gaia suddenly snapped her fingers and flashed a playful smile. "How exciting! Let's have a little fun match, shall we?" Immediately after the goddess's snap, Minchin realized with a shock that something was wrong. He stared in disbelief at his wrist where a strange object had just materialized out of thin air. Minchin asked in utter shock, "What kind of gift looks like a pair of handcuffs?" Gaia smiled and explained that for someone brave enough to challenge a god, this bracelet was a sort of advantage that would be highly useful to him on the road ahead. Looking at the strange object on his wrist, Minchin mockingly asked if she was being too arrogant by treating him like a normal adventurer. He flashed a defiant smirk and growled, "Gaia, I can't wait." Gaia calmly replied that she too eagerly anticipated the moment her master's blade would rest against her throat, before sending him on his way, and she didn't forget to leave a meaningful blessing. "Well then, have fun with your rebellion, Master." A brilliant beam of light erupted from the center of a magic circle enveloping Minchin, and sweeping him out of the goddess's shrine. He stared blankly at the bracelet on his wrist as a cold system notification appeared. "Upon reaching level 70, your restriction will be lifted." Minchin collapsed onto the ground, silently staring up at the virtual sky with a troubled mind. He muttered in utter confusion, "What on earth is this?" Meanwhile, back in the shrine, a panicked voice cried out, "Sister Gaia! Oasis!" The young priestess rushed in panting and threw her arms around Goddess Gaia, leaving everyone in utter shock. Gaia looked at Oasis with gentle eyes and smiled softly. "It's been so long, Oasis." Oasis sniffled and cried, explaining that ever since Master had been fired, she had had no way of logging into the Naipan network anymore. The little AI girl choked back tears and sobbed, "I missed you so much, Sister Gaia." Gaia tenderly pulled Oasis into her arms, her eyes full of comfort for her little sister. In the quiet space of the shrine, Oasis hesitantly asked, "Sister, you know about Master's plan, don't you?" Gaia quietly confirmed, "Yes, I do." Looking into Oasis's teary eyes, Gaia earnestly advised her, "He's just acting tough. But deep down, his soul is incredibly fragile." Oasis lowered her head and softly whispered her agreement, overcome with emotion. Gaia gently reached out. "I really envy you, Oasis." "Huh." She hugged Oasis tightly and confessed that she had always yearned to go on adventures around the world with Master. Then Gaia curiously asked her how she felt about playing this game with him. Instantly, a flood of horrific memories flashed through Oasis's mind, being swallowed alive by a giant snake falling down into a pit of spikes and even being petrified and shattered into pieces. Faced with Gaia's question, "It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?" Oasis could only stare blankly, completely speechless after those unforgettable, traumatizing experiences. She forced a helpless smile and replied, Yeah, I guess it was fun, in its own way." Gaia smiled and told her to have enough fun for both of them. Oasis nodded with determination. "Yes, I'll do my absolute best." Gaia smiled and pushed her forward. "Now go on, Oasis. This is only the beginning of your adventure." Oasis waved goodbye as she gradually faded into a beam of light. Gaia watched her depart, whispering to herself that they would definitely meet again. Back in reality, Minchin was sitting lost in thought, checking his data on the temple steps. From behind a stone pillar, Oasis secretly watched him with a hesitant look. Gaia's words about how jealous she was that Oasis got to accompany Master were still echoing in her mind. She hurriedly ran toward Minchin. Seeing Oasis appear, Minchin looked up and asked, "Oh, Oasis, are you okay?" He then asked if she had finished her class change. Oasis beamed with joy and boasted, "Yes, I did, just as you ordered. I've become a healer." Minchin stood up in satisfaction. "Excellent. Let's go level up some more, shall we?" Both of them eagerly ran toward the dark dungeon ahead, with Oasis energetically replying, "Yes, sir." The hunt in the Serpent's Cave had entered its second exhausting day. After defeating their 30th deadly viper, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly turned gloomy as the glowing red eyes of a giant entity began lurking in the darkness. Oasis quickly hid behind a rock wall and whispered to herself, "Finally, I found a spot where I can avoid being detected." The young priestess anxiously looked ahead and urged, "Get ready, master. It's almost time." But completely contrary to her urgency, Minchin was casually sleeping like a baby right in the middle of the dangerous cave. Seeing her master still fast asleep despite her shouting, "Master?" Oasis panicked completely as the towering shadow of a boss monster loomed right behind them. She screamed in despair, "Oh my God, wake up!" Right before the monster's fangs could deliver a crushing bite, Oasis instantly activated her Holy Shield skill, creating a glowing protective barrier to block it. However, the monster's terrifying power caused the Holy Shield to start cracking ominously. In tears, Oasis could only scream for help. "Please wake up, master!" While his partner was on the verge of death, Minchin just sat there calmly leaning against the rock and coolly muttered, "Keep dreaming." Immediately after the shield shattered, completely blasting Oasis away. Helpless, she wept and cried out desperately for her master, trying to wake Mincheon, who was slumped against the rock wall in a deep sleep. In absolute panic with the monster right in front of her, she could only scream, "Wake up, for God's sake!" Then, summoning all her strength, she hurled her staff at the enemy to fight for survival. Right at that moment, Mincheon suddenly snapped awake wide-eyed. He reached out and activated a trap mechanism. Before the giant snake could even land a hit on Oasis, it was already history. After the battle, the cave slowly returned to silence. Mincheon rubbed his head to shake off the sleep and asked blankly, "Oh, did I fall asleep?" Oasis, with a highly resigned face, forced a smile and explained, "Yes. As soon as you killed the boss, you just passed right out." Checking his status window, Minchin was surprised to see he had shot straight up to level 50. He turned to ask his partner how she was doing. "So are you still breathing? How many levels did you gain?" Oasis scratched her head awkwardly and replied, "I'm still at level 46. Hearing that, Minchin began to yawn deeply and casually declared, "Well, I'm going back to sleep then. If you level up or get new skills or whatever, just do whatever you want." Oasis quickly waved her hands to reassure him, Yes, you have nothing to worry about. Just go to sleep." But just as he was about to close his eyes, Minchin suddenly felt something was very off. He muttered in confusion, "Wait, why does my head feel so heavy?" Oasis broke out in a cold sweat and made excuses with a forced laugh. "Oh, it's probably because you're just too tired." He could only mumble, "Is that so?" Feeling his body had reached its limit after days of grinding, he lethargically announced, "All right, I'm logging off. The staff stuck in my head hurts so bad I can't take it anymore." Immediately after, Mincheon logged out. His body dissolved into a brilliant blue light. Looking at the spot where her master had just vanished, Oasis showed absolutely no remorse. Instead, a sly, wicked smile spread across her face. She thought to herself with smug satisfaction, "For some reason, this feels so good." Meanwhile, in the real world, night had fallen over the brightly lit high-rise buildings. In Mincheon's room, the TV on the wall suddenly chimed with a series of notification sounds breaking the silence of the room. The screen displayed the word "connecting," along with the caller ID JBiz. As soon as the connection successful notification popped up, Minchin casually cracked open a can of beer and took a long swig. On the other end, a surprised female voice exclaimed, "Wow, look who it is. The Anchovy King." "My, what a powerful name." Mincheon smirked, a deep look in his eyes as he asked, "How have you been, Rabbit? It's been a really long time, hasn't it?" Rabbit laughed out loud and replied warmly, "Ha ha, yeah, I think it's been about 3 years already." "How have you been lately?" Looking at the screen displaying a rabbit icon. Minchin nodded slightly. "Yeah, I'm good. Are you still living in Bali?" She excitedly confirmed. "Bali is a wonderful place," and didn't forget to invite him. "That's right. Bali is great. If you have time, you should come visit. I'm a pretty great tour guide, you know." Minchin's face suddenly turned serious. Lowering his voice, he revealed his plan. "I'm actually thinking of heading over there. There's something I need your help with." This unexpected request from her former leader left JBiz stunned. She gasped in utter disbelief. "Are you kidding me? You're really planning to fly all the way from Korea to Bali just to find me?" Flustered Rabbit muttered that she was just... The low-level hacker kept pressuring him, asking if Mincheon was really going to fly all the way from South Korea to Bali just to find her. In response to her doubt, He coldly demanded that she repeat what she did 3 years ago, hack into Nightban. His powerful words left her completely frozen in shock, stunned by the audacity of her old partner, who appeared looking stylish in a modern VR headset. She couldn't believe her ears and could only gasp in deep worry. "Are you really planning to tear that corporation apart again?" Meanwhile, in Win Online, Oasis stood before the corpse of the giant serpent she had just slain. Looking at the glowing items scattered around, she muttered to herself that they were probably just trash. But she still painstakingly gathered every single one of them, refusing to let any potential gold go to waste. Suddenly, Oasis froze in shock as she spotted a brilliantly glowing egg, a rare item she had never seen before. The system immediately flashed a message congratulating her on obtaining a rare summoning beast. Before Oasis could even process it, the egg in her hands suddenly cracked wide open, and from within, a tiny black snake crawled out, wriggling in midair right before the astonished priestess's eyes. As soon as the little pitch-black snake broke free from its shell, it started squirming around, blushing and acting adorable in front of Oasis. However, the priestess's face twisted in pure disgust. She thought to herself, "Ugh, I absolutely despise snakes." Oasis let out a sneer of utter contempt and snapped coldly, "Get lost! I am never ever going to summon you." Crushed by her harsh rejection, the poor little snake lowered its head in sorrow and quietly dissolved into thin air. Ridding herself of the annoying creature, Oasis smiled and thought, "Well, I guess it's time for me to go have some fun of my own." With her employees off on a sudden vacation, she strolled down to the Undertown all by herself. The area was blanketed in the gloomy, gritty dust of the underworld. As she walked, she smugly checked her status screen, thinking, I'm almost finished with the final product." While lost in thought about what her next move should be, Oasis jumped, as a hand tapped her shoulder, accompanied by a polite, "Excuse me, miss." Confused, she turned around and instantly froze as she found herself face to face with 3 men with menacing, murderous auras looming right behind her. Oasis realized with a jolt that they were notorious player killers. Even though she was trembling with fear, she tightly gripped her staff, desperately wondering if she could take them on by herself. To her utter surprise, the brown-haired young man leading them suddenly scratched his head and offered a friendly smile. "Hey, sorry for springing this on you out of nowhere. But could you do us a quick favor?" Oasis stood there, stunned, her eyes wide with shock and suspicion as she managed to squeak out, "Wait, what?" Still uneasy, Oasis quietly followed the 3 strangers deep into the desolate Rocky Mountains. The brown-haired young man began to explain that because of his subclass, he had a dungeon quest he absolutely had to complete. He groaned, complaining that finding a healer was harder than finding a needle in a haystack, and that they were incredibly lucky to run into her. Hearing this, Oasis finally let out a huge sigh of relief. She scratched her head and laughed sheepishly. "Ah ha ha. You totally scared me back there. I seriously thought you guys were going to murder me." Her words caught the brown-haired guy completely off guard. "Wait, what murder you?" The long-haired man walking next to him smirked mysteriously and chimed in, "Wow, little healer, you really don't know anything, do you?" Leaning in close, he revealed that there was actually an unwritten rule in this Undertown. Oasis looked puzzled and muttered, "An unwritten rule?" He calmly explained, "Yeah, the rule is never kill players who are healers or priests." As the group ventured deeper into the wasteland, he added that this place was incredibly chaotic. Finding a priest in a regular city was already hard enough, but it was practically impossible down here. That's why they had this rule to keep the priests from packing up and fleeing back to the main cities. Finally understanding the situation, Oasis softly gasped, "Ah, I see." Right at that moment, the group suddenly halted. Oasis stared in awe as a magnificent colossal structure emerged from the raging sandstorm. It was the Sand Realm Imperial City, a legendary grade dungeon with a recommended level of 55. Standing before the massive wooden gates of the gloomy fortress, a deep, booming voice filled with rage suddenly echoed all around them. "How dare you step your filthy feet into my palace? My temple, you wretched mortals." From the darkness, a skeleton clad in a royal robe and a crown with glowing red eyes emerged. It was none other than Detting Charlie Khan III. Her teammates quickly drew their weapons and took up battle stances. The deceased king roared, "Awaken my servants!" Detting Khan spread his 2 arms wide, calling out with immense commanding power. Wake up, boys, looks like the delivery guys are here to hand over their lives. From the dark depths of the dungeon, legions of undead with glowing, fiery yellow eyes began to rise, shrieking and howling for the souls of the intruders. The ancient king commanded his minions, "Bring them to me!" Looking at the massive, terrifying spectacle before her, Oasis realized with a jolt, so this is an event dungeon. Lost in her own thoughts, she almost forgot that the battle was still active and danger was closing in. Suddenly, a zombie soldier rushed forward to attack. The shield-wielding teammate quickly leaped in front to block it, shouting out, "Healer, please stand back. We'll handle this." Talk about a textbook tank in action. Flustered Oasis could only nod and step back. Immediately, the tank activated his wide-area taunt skill, Taunting Mockery, instantly drawing the attention of the entire undead horde. The monsters lunged at him in a frenzy, but they were all completely shut down by his sturdy, unbreakable shield. Seizing the moment, he activated his Spiked Armor skill, causing sharp spikes to burst out and pierce through the surrounding enemies. Meanwhile, Oasis wasn't just standing idle either. She focused her mana into her staff, conjuring a brilliantly glowing magic circle. Unleashing her Glacial Wrath skill, she swept the battlefield with a blast of biting, freezing wind, instantly freezing and shattering the zombie soldiers into pieces. Smiling confidently, the archer declared that it was his turn to shine, immediately unleashing his Arrow Rain skill. A barrage of arrows rained down, piercing the heads and bodies of the remaining zombies and obliterating them instantly. Stepping over the piles of bones, the party was absolutely thrilled with how smoothly everything was going. Exceeding all expectations, the braided hair tank admitted that clearing the first phase was a breeze, though he still looked pensive, worrying that the actual boss would be the real challenge. The teammate beside him chimed in to reassure him, claiming that with this cute healer on their side, any boss would easily bite the dust. The group cheerfully promised to get Oasis to the boss's room, quickly telling her to just treat this like a sightseeing tour. Touched by their enthusiasm, Oasis beamed with a bright smile and agreed. 1 or 2 hours later, inside the boss room, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense as the undead king roared in absolute fury, "How dare you!" He began channeling a colossal blinding energy. Just as the party members were reaching their limits, exhausted and battered, the boss suddenly unleashed its ultimate move. The powerful sandstorm whipped up a violent swirl of dust. In a panic, the tank yelled for everyone to get behind him to block the hit, while the archer and swordsman scrambled to escape. The boss's dark energy began to envelop the entire room. Stunned, the tank realized this power was far beyond their control and could only gasp in utter despair. It was too late. As the massive sandstorm swallowed everything in that critical split second, Oasis hurriedly raised her staff and cast her divine shield to protect the team. A brilliant burst of light blocked the devastating attack. To the tank's amazement, the tables had turned and he shouted out in joy, "Great job, healer." But Oasis was straining with all her might. Drenched in sweat, she warned, "I'm running out of juice here. You guys need to do something." Understanding the pressure she was under, the tank firmly stepped forward and declared, "Leave the rest to me." He immediately activated his protective shield to take over the defense, and a terrifying explosion of energy erupted right after, shaking the entire gloomy palace. The undead king stood stunned as his attack was completely neutralized. Seizing this golden opportunity, the swordsman smirked with bloodlust and commanded, "All right, let's finish this." The archer quickly got into position as well, roaring with excitement, "Eat my lightning arrow!" In his dying moments, the fallen king bitterly realized the harsh truth: he was literally turning into nothingness. His dry bones began to crumble and vanish into the darkness, taking his final piece of pride with him. "My glory." The entire body of the Death King collapsed, disintegrating into dust in the silent, empty palace. A system notification lit up the air. "Defeated boss monster Desert King Selikang." The 3 teammates burst into pure joy, jumping up and hugging each other to celebrate their hard-fought victory after that life-or-death battle. Watching from a distance, Oasis was deeply moved by the warm atmosphere, the passion and the bond of her new companions. Seeing their beaming faces and proud thumbs up, Oasis smiled softly, realizing, this is why playing games is so much fun. The priestess quietly enjoyed the warmth of a real adventure, something she had never experienced by her master's side. But a sudden chime made her smile fade. A system notification popped up right in front of her, startling Oasis. It was a message, demanding and dripping with pressure, sent by Minshin. Hey, where are you? Why aren't you moving faster? Oasis stared blankly at the virtual screen. As her three new friends chatted happily behind her, she bitterly realized this joyful moment wouldn't last. The moment Oasis returned, Minchin questioned her with a stern face. Where on earth have you been? Flustered Oasis scratched her head and honestly confessed she had joined another party to clear a dungeon. Contrary to her worries, Minchin just replied nonchalantly, "Oh, so you were doing some freelance work on the side." He then gently patted his partner's head, but this gesture only made Oasis suspicious. What was with this reaction? As her master kept repeating, "Good, good," Minchin suddenly asked in a low voice, "By the way, did you add them as friends?" Upon receiving her nod, a sly smirk spread across his face. Deep down, Minchin was thrilled because everything was going exactly according to plan. Everything is going perfectly. Just as I thought everyone wants to be friends with a healer. His bizarre excitement left Oasis utterly bewildered, wondering, does my master really like that so much? At that moment, Minchin finally revealed the true reason behind his calculations. He explained that the prerequisite for his second-class change was 25,000 reputation points, a ridiculously high number that made Oasis gasp. That is highway robbery. The system is literally bullying honest players. But that wasn't all. The requirements for the third and fourth class changes skyrocketed to 50,000 and 100,000 points. Faced with the dilemma of how to earn such massive reputation in a short time, Minchin came up with a daring idea. Should I just do something bad? Oasis was horrified as she realized her master's chilling plot. No, there's no way. Minchin confirmed it and coldly ordered, exactly. Oasis, you'll introduce your new friends to me, won't you? The scene shifts to an enchanted forest where Oasis greets her new friends with a bright smile. Thanks for coming on such short notice. Don't worry about it. If our healer calls, of course, we'll run right over. Oasis feigned embarrassment and explained she needed to reach Solitaire, the eastern city, but didn't know how since she was traveling alone. That was why she decided to contact them. Her new friends eagerly supported her, saying they needed to head that way anyway to register the teleport gate and explore other cities. Seeing her prey completely take the bait, Oasis could only force a smile, sweating bullets from intense guilt. However, in stark contrast to their friendly appearance, these guys were secretly harboring dark schemes of their own. We finally reeled in the healer. But we'll see who gets the last laugh, boys. They excitedly declared they would escort her all the way to the eastern continent and urged the group to set off immediately. Meanwhile, Minchin quietly tailed them, reflecting on his original wish to just play the game in peace. But harsh reality constantly dragged him into unexpected trouble. Minchin realized that getting dragged into constant PK battles had caused his reputation to skyrocket, forcing him to make the underworld his home to stay out of the spotlight. Along the way, the brown-haired guy suddenly grew suspicious and asked why an innocent-looking healer like Oasis was staying in a chaotic place like the underworld. He looked at her skeptically, wondering how she had accumulated so many reputation points when she didn't look like someone who often acted as bait. Startled, Oasis stammered, putting all the blame on her master as she explained that all those points were earned thanks to a companion who did it for her. The tanker clicked his tongue and began complaining about the priest, the crazy one in their party who often flew into a rage and attacked his own teammates despite usually looking so gentle. Suddenly, a chilling wave of bloodlust swept over, causing him to freeze in sheer terror. A party member suddenly vanished without a trace right before the eyes of the others. The brown-haired guy anxiously checked the status window, wondering if it was a network lag. How did one of us just vanish without anyone noticing? Seeing their teammate suddenly disappear without a trace, the other clicked his tongue and muttered, "No good deed goes unpunished, huh? At least say something before logging off." He turned to comfort Oasis, saying, "Sorry about that, healer. He'll probably be back in a bit." Oasis could only lower her head and reply awkwardly, yes, while her heart swelled with overwhelming guilt. Meanwhile, the tanker was starting to grow impatient. He looked around and muttered, "Where on earth did that guy go?" The guy walking beside him quickly whispered, "Keep your voice down." At the same time, he checked the system notification board, but saw no incoming messages. He began to suspect that their teammate had secretly logged out. Yet the status screen clearly showed that the person was still online. He wondered, could he have been attacked by a monster? But looking around the silent forest, there wasn't a single monster in sight. To break the tense atmosphere, he tried to joke around, or maybe he got snatched by a ghost. Like this. He overacted so hard that karma hit him instantly. He twisted his face to mock the tanker, completely unaware of a massive shadow looming behind him, radiating dense purple demonic energy. The tanker froze, breaking into a cold sweat at the sight of that terrifying entity. Trembling, he pointed behind his friend and stammered, "What is that behind you?" Ignoring the warning, the brown-haired guy casually smirked. "What the hell are you talking about?" Thinking his teammate was just playing along with the joke, he laughed triumphantly. "Nice try, trying to scare me." But immediately, a giant dark hand reached out from the void. A horrific scream echoed through the forest as he was dragged into the deep darkness. Witnessing his teammate get snatched away in the blink of an eye, he quickly drew his shield and sword, shouting to protect his partner. But when the tanker frantically turned around, Oasis had already vanished without a single trace. The truth behind this mysterious disappearance had been revealed 10 minutes ago. Mincheon, who was hiding behind a massive tree trunk, smirked deviously and thought to himself, "Great job. Oasis, you successfully lured them in." Mincheon stepped out from his hiding spot. He began casting the Dark Knight's exclusive skill, Dark Hand, as pitch-black energy condensed into a massive claw. The Dark Hand suddenly shot out from the bushes, grabbing one of the party members and dragging him into the shadows. He could only scream in terror, What on earth is this?" In the dead of night, Mincheon materialized with a murderous smile. He mocked their cheap baiting tricks and instantly unleashed a shadow strike. The first target was cleanly taken down. Without giving the enemy time to recover, Mincheon targeted the second one. Witnessing his two friends vanish, the panicked tanker looked around frantically, screaming, "Oasis healer, where is my health pot? Healer, where is my health potion? Why would you abandon me now?" He realized with shock that his entire squad had fallen into a perfectly orchestrated ambush. Standing in the shadows, Mincheon quietly evaluated his opponent. He realized that against a defender class, a single strike wouldn't be enough to finish him. Looking at his opponent's health bar, which had already dropped by half, Mincheon clicked his tongue and muttered, "Well, that's good enough." He leisurely stepped out of hiding, his heavy footsteps echoing on the dry ground. The tanker whipped around in panic, his eyes widening in shock as a massive figure approached him in the dark night. Trembling, he pointed his weapon at Mincheon and demanded, You're the one who ambushed us, aren't you?" He was answered only by Mincheon's sinister smile. Before the tanker could react, Mincheon lunged forward at a terrifying speed, leaving him utterly stunned. He gritted his teeth, wondering, what kind of skill is that? Talk about insane speed. Sensing the danger, the tanker quickly activated his defensive stance, hoping his shield of light would protect him. However, Mincheon coldly declared, "Before the shadow of the Demon Lord, defense is useless." A slash infused with dark magic struck down, penetrating right through his shield and leaving the tanker dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? How can he deal damage while I'm defending? Watching his health bar plummet, he realized his situation was critical and decided to change his tactics. He immediately retaliated with charged shield, charging forward with the force of lightning. However, Mincheon quickly dodged the frontal assault. While the tanker was still struggling to prepare for the next attack, Mincheon closed the distance and landed a vicious slash to his flank. The tanker was shocked at being completely red, but right after, he smirked deviously. It turned out his move had just been a skill to close the distance from the very beginning. The tanker triumphantly declared, "Now the real fight begins." He poured all his strength into shield bash, but the smirk on his face instantly vanished, replaced by sheer shock as he witnessed an unbelievable reality. Right before his eyes, Mincheon smirked mockingly as he blocked the attack. "Don't think only tankers know how to use a shield, you noob." It turned out to be the greater Dark Hand skill, which allowed him to completely negate any attack. The tanker screamed in helpless frustration, having never seen such an absurd skill before. Before he could recover, Mincheon instantly unleashed his next skill claw. Why can't I see anything?" Before falling into the paralyzed state, he panicked, realizing his vision was completely gone, and his body was frozen, unable to budge even an inch due to the effect of the Dark Hand skill. Glow stuns for 1 second and blinds for 3. This is the golden window for Mincheon to end the match. He coldly swings his sword, pouring all his strength into a strike that carries massive damage multiplied by 1.5 times his normal power. Even as a defense-focused warrior, there is no way that tanker can survive this crushing blow. Mincheon calmly counts the victims. 3. A smug smirk plays on his lips. Easy peasy. This is just too simple. Splayed out on the ground, the tanker can only curse in bitter frustration, "You cheap bastard." But to mention the concept of being cheap doesn't exist in a life-or-death battle. He coldly replies, "A win is a win, we can worry about morals later." Right after that, he turns around and calls out, "Hey Oasis, you're up!" The tanker can only stare in confusion, clueless about what's coming next. Still flat on the ground, he glares up and screams in desperation, "Run, healer, you're so busy worrying about everyone else you're forgetting about yourself." But Oasis only steps forward silently, her face completely blank. Minchin stomps his foot hard right onto the tanker and snaps. "Shut up already, you're too loud." Despite the agonizing pain, the tanker uses the last of his strength to warn the healer, "Run! Run away from that demon!" Ignoring his desperate plea, Oasis coldly raises her staff and activates her resurrection skill. A brilliant light envelops the battlefield as the system announces, Oasis has successfully resurrected one fallen ally. In sheer panic, the tanker tries to stop her. "No healer if I resurrect here. The consequences will be devastating." But it is already too late. All three of them are force-resurrected in a weakened state with only 5% of their health remaining and all their actions severely slowed for 179 seconds. Stunned, they look at her. "What? Healer?" From the shadows, Minchin looms forward with sword in hand calmly, explaining the brutal rules of this world. When notorious players clash with each other, the winner can take half of the loser's infamy points. Minchin's eyes gleam with absolute madness as he reveals his true scheme. "So what I mean is, if we keep resurrecting the person we just killed only to kill them all over again, we'll rack up a ton of infamy. I wonder how many times we have to repeat this process to squeeze out most of your infamy points." Terrified screams echo through the forest, scattering the birds. Minchin mutters to himself, calculating the infamy points that are skyrocketing exponentially. 3,800 plus another 1,900, plus 900, then 1,475, and another 238. Ugh, my head hurts. "Oasis, what's the total?" With a weary face, Oasis replies, 7,363. Looking at the glowing status board, Minchin breaks into a highly satisfied smile. Being the bad guy really is a breeze. Standing among the corpses of the three PK heirs, Minchin casually thanks them for letting him farm infamy points so easily. Gasping for breath, one of them croaks out, asking why he has to be this cruel. Minchin coldly replies that he has no personal grudge against them. It is simply that he desperately needs infamy points. Patting Oasis on the head, he mockingly adds that either way, this is a costly lesson for the losers. Minchin points a finger, warning the PK ears never to lay a finger on someone else's healer. Oasis can only hang her head, sobbing and apologizing to them for the deception. Looking at her innocent appearance, the defeated players bitterly realize they had walked straight into a perfect trap. And that is exactly why she never operates alone in the underworld. Minchin smugly waves goodbye to his dear victims, announcing that he will be back for them whenever he needs more infamy points. The PK ears can only stare at the backs of the two who just brought their nightmare to life with utter hatred. The braided hair tanker sighs in defeat and suggests they leave under town immediately. "Let's just go back to the countryside and raise fish. There are too many demons here." He curses Minchin under his breath, calling him a true monster as the guy casually walks off into the gloomy forest. Right after that, a bright system notification flashes confirming that the requirements for Demon King Level 3 have been met. The Level 3 Demon King skill is officially unlocked, granting Minchin massive bonus stats. Level 1 increases attack power. Level 2 boosts health, and Level 3 enhances magic defense, all scaling with the massive pool of infamy points he just harvested. Excitedly checking his status board, Minchin laughs out loud, seeing his defenses fully active, but when he turns back to call Oasis, he suddenly freezes. Oasis is sobbing hysterically, crying her eyes out over the guilt of betraying her new friend's trust. Seeing the healer cry her eyes out, Minchin can only ask blankly, "Hey, why are you suddenly opening the floodgates like this?" Amidst the bustling town, Oasis slumps to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Passers-by stare in confusion, whispering to each other, "What's going on? What's wrong with her?" Her wails echo through the street corner, filled with absolute remorse for deceiving those kind teammates. She can't help but recall the fun times, when they did quests together. Suddenly, a booming shout breaks the atmosphere. "Oh my God, look, a unique tier item dropped." The crowd erupts in shock as a top-tier item glows with a brilliant aura. It is the Scepter of the Desert King, a priceless, unidentified golden staff. The party leader stares at the precious staff, his face turning solemn. After a moment of thought, he smiles, turns his back without hesitation, and casually says, "I'm passing on this one. Consider it a parting gift." His decision to give up such a top-tier item leaves Oasis completely stunned, unable to believe her ears. Wait, what? The other team members are just as shocked, yelling in utter disbelief, "What are you actually serious right now?" The leader calmly explains that without Oasis's incredible support from the very beginning, they would have all wiped, let alone defeated the boss. Instead of being greedy for the precious item, he looks at her with sincere eyes and says, "So, healer, please join our party again next time, okay?" Moved by the genuine warmth and generosity of her new comrades, Oasis is stunned before nodding emotionally. "Ah, yes, of course." The leader bows respectfully to Oasis, placing his trust in her. "Then from now on, we're in your hands, healer." Meanwhile, Minchin watches coldly from a distance. He silently assessed that in this hellhole, trusting others was a surefire way to get ruined. Yet Oasis couldn't ignore the truth that they had placed their absolute faith in her. She painfully blamed herself for betraying them, then cowardly begged them to kill her, only to be resurrected to serve her master's schemes. Seeing his partner drowning in deep depression, Mincion stepped forward, gripped her shoulders tightly, and growled, "Oasis, listen to me very carefully. From now on, as my partner, you'll have to do things far worse than this." His words left Oasis shell-shocked. She gasped in terror. "Worse!" Minchin ruthlessly declared that once he set his mind on destroying this world, then that process can never be fair or beautiful. On the contrary, it's going to be incredibly filthy and disgusting. Such was the philosophy of the man who wanted to tear the server to shreds. Oasis sobbed, recalling how those people had even given up a priceless, unique item to her as proof of their kindness. But at first, Mincion scoffed, "Whatever, it's just a level 50 item anyway. I already told you. If it's not max-level gear, it's completely worthless." But the moment he snatched the staff to inspect it, his face went pale, his eyes widening in sheer shock. All his arrogance vanished instantly as he looked at the stats of Authority of the Desert King, a unique level 50 item boasting insane damage stats and massive bonuses to intelligence and mana. Mincion gasped as he realized this was once the ultimate gear for mages back in the day. Trembling, he touched the treasure and muttered in awe, "Wow, they actually gave this to you. They must have really cherished you." Hearing Minchin's analysis only made Oasis sob more hysterically, utterly devastated by her betrayal of such kind people. It was then that Minchin finally realized the immense value of this gift. He figured it was still an exceptional piece of gear that could easily be used up to level 70. If equipped by a healer and properly upgraded, it could even last until level 90. Mincion held the golden scepter, his expression a complicated mix of emotions, letting out a heavy, quiet sigh. He told Oasis to rest up a bit more and catch up later. At the same time, he asked if she had reached level 50 yet. When Oasis confirmed she had, Minchin immediately urged her to go get her second advancement and then squeeze in a few more dungeon runs. He also instructed her that after advancing, she should actively join more parties. Since she was a healer, they would definitely be begging her to join on the spot. Oasis suddenly realized her master's sinister intentions with horror. Trembling, she asked, "So those parties too?" Mincion smirked deviously, confirming, "Just play out the same old script. Revive them and do it again." He didn't forget to remind her to remember to join some more parties while he was away. Minchion's body then began to pixelate as he logged out. Left all alone, Oasis collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. She wondered in agony, has Master completely given up on his humanity? Trying to calm herself down, she told herself to steady her heart. She quietly pulled out her fishing rod to find some peace, a little hobby to heal her shattered soul. Amidst the gloomy backdrop of the underground city, Oasis sat quietly fishing by the murky waters. Sobbing, she tried to reassure herself. "Right, this is just a game, it's just a game." She desperately tried to make excuses for her actions, telling herself she was only doing this to help her master. Just then, a group of unfamiliar players walked up to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, are you a healer?" They excitedly shared that their party was about to enter the dungeon for their second advancement. One of them scratched his head, explaining they were desperately short on healers. "You're our savior. Our team is in desperate need of a healer. Oasis's face then suddenly went dark. Her eyes betrayed a deep, haunting psychological struggle, making the stranger uneasy. Seeing her silent for so long, he awkwardly tried to back away. If you're busy right now, maybe we could try some other time. The party began whispering among themselves that she probably wouldn't join, and they were about to leave, apologizing for bothering her. But she spoke up in a low voice. Why wouldn't I help you? Seeing the group of strangers still standing there in disbelief, Oasis nonchalantly asked, Well, is that all right with you? Absolutely thrilled, they quickly replied, Of course it is. You don't even have to ask. We're the ones begging for your help after all. Facing their eager pleas, Oasis packed up her fishing gear and decisively agreed, All right, let's go. This is a one-way trip, folks. Deep down, she was also anxious to complete her own second advancement quest. A loud splash broke the silence as Oasis yanked her fishing rod hard, reeling a massive fish out of the water. As the fish thrashed about wildly, Oasis suddenly flashed a bright smile but asked a loaded question. But let me ask you just one quick thing. What's your current reputation score right now? Meanwhile, in a dazzling digital space, Gaia was presenting a report on the game's economic system. She warned that implementing a payment system right now was too premature, as the gap between paying and free-to-play players would become massive, risking a mass exodus of players. But the director Young Hasu rudely brushed it off. Who asked you about that garbage? He growled, asserting that his only concern was finding the perfect timing to sell paid items to maximize profits. Gaia bowed her head in apology, stating that the stock market's fluctuations were too complex for her to provide an exact answer. This infuriated Hasu, who mockingly sneered that she was supposed to be the most expensive artificial intelligence in the world, but she could only answer trivial questions. He loomed over her and raised his fist. I wonder, does this expensive machine feel anything when I punch it? Gaia maintained her serene smile and calmly replied, No, sir. If using violence helps you feel less angry, please be my guest. Hasu burst into a delighted laugh at her reply. He pulled back his fist and said he was only joking and that he wasn't the kind of scumbag who takes his frustration out on machines. After removing his VR headset, the virtual space dissolved, returning him to his office. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he coldly ordered his subordinate. Get all the team leaders in here! At the Naipan headquarters, the atmosphere grew tense as an emergency meeting was called. Catching up to Sung Shinji, Li Dongha asked breathlessly, Sis, why is there suddenly an unscheduled team leader meeting like this? With an annoyed look, Shinji replied, I have no idea. Ever since he became director, he's got so much to say. Who knows what kind of nonsense he's going to spew this time? Entering the meeting room, Ha-su took his seat at the head of the table and confidently announced, Starting next Monday, we are changing our service package and introducing paid items. This out-of-the-blue deadline threw the entire room into shocked murmurs. Next week, is he kidding? Dongha anxiously warned. That's way too sudden. The backlash from users is going to be massive. Faced with his subordinate's protest, Hasu only smirked. User backlash, you say? He slowly asked them back, just how did Nam Min-chan treat our users? It seems everyone is still influenced by his mindset. Hasu pressed them on the former director's view of the players. Dongha hesitated, trying to remember. Director, Nam Min-cheon called the users adventurers. He said they were embarking on an adventure in the world we created, and we were always meant to be supporters. Assisting them on their journey. Hearing the words adventurers, Hasu suddenly burst into a sarcastic laugh. He laughed so hard the whole room practically shook. Bwahaha, no wonder our revenue is so pathetic. He slammed both hands on the table. The customer is king. No customers are just livestock. They're like pigs we keep in a pen. Just throw them some scraps and they'll happily gobble them up. Just like dogs and pigs. Ha-su casually spat out these insults about the players right in front of his staff. Seeing that Shinji and Dongha were too shell-shocked to speak, he smirked and asked mockingly, did I go too far? He told them to just wait and see because he had planned it all out. Hasu admitted that suddenly releasing paid items would definitely cause a massive backlash, but his solution was incredibly simple. So just throw them some scraps. He immediately called out the planning team leader who was trembling beside him. Hasu ordered them to pre-credit an equivalent amount of paid gems to all users who still had active subscription packages. He even allowed them to purchase half of the paid items using in-game currency and gave all users a free 2-week package of XP and crafting rate boosts. He smirked, plotting to appease the crowd. Just feed them well first. When Shinji tried to stop him, arguing that everything was happening too fast, Hasu suddenly roared, cutting her off. What passion! The only goal here is to line our pockets. He shouted about the harsh reality despite being the #1 game in the world in terms of player count. VR World's revenue was struggling to stay in the top 5. Hasu didn't hesitate to humiliate everyone in the room. There's only one reason for this, your sheer incompetence. He firmly asserted that the most incompetent person of all was none other than Nam Min-cheon. Ignoring the furious glares from Shinji and Dongha, Hasu scoffed at the word adventure that Min-cheon used to worship. He slammed his fist on the table, repeatedly declaring that this was nothing but an entertainment hub. A simulation game, not something real. Hasu's eyes gleamed with pure greed as he compared Win Online to an amusement park. He laid out his plot to squeeze money out of every single corner of the game. We have to sell drinks, sell food, sell souvenirs. His face contorted with excitement as he announced his ultimate ruthless goal. We must sell until we've milked their very souls dry. Hasu clenched his fists, trying to suppress his rising anger. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Looking straight at his terrified employees, he asked in a soft tone, "Sigh. Sorry I lost my cool for a second. It's been a while since any of you received a bonus, right? When was the last time? Back when the game launched, talk about an SSS rank empty promise." Faced with the dead silence of the meeting room, he confidently guaranteed that if they did things his way, revenue would soar far past the initial launch numbers. And of course, everyone will receive extremely generous bonuses. Whispers began to ripple through the room, and skeptical eyes locked onto the ambitious new director. Ignoring his staff's reaction, Hasu clapped his hands to urge them on. Now start brainstorming ways to milk them dry. Don't just sit there daydreaming. He announced that they had exactly 5 days until next Monday, when Win Online would officially transition to a free-to-play model. Just as he was walking out the door, Hasu suddenly spun around to drop another bombshell. Oh, and in 3 weeks we launch Season 6. We'll also start selling 100% success rate enhancement tickets. He paused as if remembering something, then asked, "Oh, wait. I don't think we've named the item yet, have we?" Looking at the exhausted and weary faces of the development team, Hasu made the decision himself. All right, how about we name it the Goddess's Dance? He struck a dramatic pose, forcing his employees to offer half-hearted praise. Yes, sir. Amazing. A few gave thumbs up, but their eyes were filled with silent suffering. Hasu, satisfied, ordered everyone to delegate the tasks among themselves before leaving to meet the board of directors, leaving the meeting room in a stifling silence. The moment Hasu was completely out of sight, chatter about the bonuses erupted. Well, as long as the bonus is good, it's fine. Does pride even matter at this point, really? But he said he'd give us even more than that. Sung Shinji and Lee Dongha could only glare in silent resentment. They felt sickened by the deceit and greed that was slowly swallowing their life's work. Meanwhile, in another space, Nam Min-cheon had just woken up from a long sleep. He stretched refreshed after 10 hours of rest, preparing himself to continue his journey of destroying the world. Oasis, whom I created, caught sight of my familiar figure and rushed over excitedly. "Master, you're back." Min-cheon casually replied, "Yeah, I'm back. Did anything happen while I was gone?" With a dead serious look on her face, Oasis leaned close to his ear and whispered, "No. But something huge is going on, Master. Have you heard the news yet? Starting next Monday, the game is going free to play, and they're introducing paid items." She also mentioned the rumor that Yunhasu had climbed his way up to become the new director. Min-cheon stared at the announcement, deep in thought. "So the announcement is already up, huh?" He clicked his tongue softly. "Oh, is that so? That's faster than I expected." Seeing her master's silence, Oasis said regretfully, "You used to be so strongly against paid items. You must be really upset right now." But to her surprise, Min-cheon casually blurted out, "That's great." As Oasis stared in utter confusion, he explained that leveling up from 70 and above was normally extremely hard. But with the 2-week free-to-play transition anniversary event boosting experience points and production rates, everything would change. Min-cheon smugly calculated, "I'll just pay to win, get super strong, and wreck the game for fun. Plus, with all those paid progression support items, it's going to be so easy." Oasis froze, unable to believe her ears. Looking at Minchin's cold back, she realized that her master wasn't sad at all. In fact, he was planning to actively exploit the very things he used to absolutely despise. To him, everything now was just a means to achieve his ultimate goal. Suddenly, Mincion turned around and asked, "So what did you do while I was away?" Oasis flinched, feeling put on the spot, but then she quickly reported that she had advanced to her second class and reached level 55 by befriending 3 other groups of players. Hearing the number 55, Minchin patted her head in satisfaction and praised her. "Great job!" He slowly drew his sword from its scabbard. "Time to reap the harvest." "Are you ready, Oasis?" Horrific screams and the dull sounds of clashing weapons echoed through the enchanted forest. Mincion was carrying out a brutal harvest on the groups of players, whom Oasis had lured in. While the victims groaned in pain, Oasis appeared quite relaxed. She sat under a tree, diligently knitting a piece of yellow cloth. Watching the scene unfold before her, she let out a bored sigh. "Ah, this is so boring." Suddenly, Minchin's roar shattered the silence. "Oasis, you're up next." Startled by her master's command, Oasis immediately stood up to perform her resurrection duty, continuing the endless cycle of torture. One poor player still believing. Oasis was a kind healer, desperately screamed out a warning. "Healer, don't come any closer. Run." Heart-wrenching screams echoed once again through the deep woods. "Ah, no healer." Finally, a bright system notification popped up to confirm that the objective was complete. Mincion had officially reached level 50 with the True Dark Knight class, possessing a terrifying infamy score of 27,120 points. Satisfied with the results, Mincion turned to Oasis with a bright smile. "All right, we've met the requirements. Shall we go do the class advancement?" Oasis happily replied, "Yes, good luck, Master." Minchin immediately pressed accept on the advancement quest for his second class titled Demon King's Inheritance 3. But as he looked closely at the requirements, he suddenly realized something important. "Get in here and carry me, Oasis. This looks like a tough match." With his partner's agreement, the two of them stepped into a thick swirl of purple demonic energy twisting deep into the void. Mincion quietly thought to himself that the messengers of the church could sometimes be even scarier than actual demons. As soon as the demonic energy dissipated, a massive warrior clad in dull gray iron armor loomed out of the darkness. He spoke in a booming voice. "Welcome, welcome, rising star of the Dark God sect." The priest asserted that with his current notoriety, Mincion was fully worthy of a higher position in the church. However, the upcoming trial would be far from simple. "Since this is a high-ranking position within our cult, you must pass the trial I have prepared." He warned, "This is an extremely difficult and perilous trial. Even so, do you still wish to test your strength?" Minchin smirked confidently and replied, "The harder and more grueling it is, the more it's worth the challenge, sir." Talk about overconfidence. This answer pleased the priest immensely. He laughed heartily, "Mwahaha. Indeed, you are the rising star of our sect." Instantly, a burst of demonic power exploded, and the ground shook violently as a glowing red magic circle began to activate. "Very well, then. Let the trial begin." Following the priest's declaration, a notification for the Trial of Evil Dungeon event popped up, flashing red warnings of extreme difficulty. It required players to have high-tier gear and a party of 2 or more just to survive. Then the gates swung open, leading them into a grand but gloomy hall lit by a magnificent chandelier. Oasis looked around in confusion and muttered, "This doesn't look like a dungeon, it's just a room." Suddenly, a massive figure in iron armor loomed out of the shadows behind them, startling her. Trembling, Oasis tightly grabbed Minchin's cloak. Master." Standing before them was a warrior with glowing, eerie eyes and a sword radiating a freezing frost. Minchin explained the formidable background of their opponent in a low voice. 100 years ago, this guy was one of the 3 legendary great knights who defeated the Dark God cult, the Sword King Camus Gargantua. While Oasis was terrified by such a legendary figure, Minchin casually drew his sword and corrected her, "It's just a fake, you know. Don't get all worked up." He explained that the church had created these phantoms to research how to defeat the legendary knights, making them the perfect training targets for the Dark Knights. However, deep down, Minchin scoffed, knowing that was just the surface lore. In reality, the design team was simply too lazy to make new character models, so they reused old NPCs. He recalled how he used to humbly beg the head of the art department to design a few new NPCs only to be brutally rejected by Sung Shinji, due to their jam-packed schedule. Ah, the sheer struggle of game developers. Minchan then warned Oasis to get ready because even though it was only level 50, the combat artificial intelligence of this NPC, is top tier. Instantly, Camos's ghost lunged forward at a terrifying speed. Minchan quickly activated Dark Hand to block, but he soon realized this guy was on a completely different level. Unlike his previous opponents, Camos constantly unleashed thunderous strikes from above, forcing Minchan to brace himself and take the hits. He glided around like a ghost, appearing right behind Minchan in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, Minchan realized his opponent was a pure agility-build character. A heavy impact made him gasp in pain. His attack speed was so fast it was almost impossible to block. Even trying to keep his distance was useless as the enemy closed in instantly. Minchan thought to himself that for now he could only brace himself and take the hits. His health plummeted severely under the relentless barrage of attacks. Yet Minchan remained highly confident, asserting that he was a damage-dealing tank built purely on raw strength and massive health. So a puny, agile swordsman was nothing to him. The battle paused for a brief moment as the two backed away from each other. Minchan grinned, smugly proud of having survived his opponent's entire rotation of damage. He proudly declared, "Nice, that's one full rotation of damage dealt with. Now it's my turn." Gloating too early usually backfires, guys. Minchan shouted to Oasis, demanding her to act immediately. Instantly glowing recovery symbols enveloped him. Oasis quickly moved into support position. She immediately cast a flurry of buff spells saying, "I'm in position. Buffs coming up, Master. The effects of Blessing of the Blade." Angelic Aura and Tailwind Melody were activated one after another, greatly boosting attack power, health, and speed for the entire party. Feeling the surging energy coursing through him, Minchan smirked and said, "Not bad at all." He immediately dashed forward, unleashing his dark multi-strike skill at a dizzying speed. However, the harsh reality was that Minchan's powerful slashes only struck thin air. Camos's ghost skillfully dodged every single blow, causing a flood of mocking miss indicators to pop up on the screen. Minchan stood there in shock, realizing his fatal mistake. "Damn it! The agility gap is too massive, so my accuracy plummeted." He bitterly admitted that he had been so focused on grinding levels that he neglected finding the right gear. Now his only option was to make up for the stats with items. Witnessing Minchan's helplessness, the enemy ghost flashed a mocking smirk. This only added fuel to the fire, making Minchan snap and roar, "Are you freaking kidding me?" His eyes blazed with fury as he watched a mere artificial creation dare to look down on the very person who had created this world. Minchan growled, "Did you forget who coded you, you bastard?" However, instead of rushing into a life-or-death battle, Minchan suddenly spun around and fled, shouting back, "Hold on a second." Leaving his opponent utterly bewildered, he casually announced that he needed to open the shop to buy some support items to turn the tables. He didn't forget to dump an outrageous request on his partner, saying, "Hold him off for 3 minutes, okay?" Oasis froze in absolute shock. The poor priestess could only lament in tears, "Why is my life like this? I definitely chose the wrong master." Thrust into a life-or-death situation, Oasis was forced to use all her strength to block the enemy's wind-cutting slashes. The system repeatedly flashed weapon defense successful as the priestess braced herself to block the direct thrusts from the K1 ghost. However, with a defense rate of only 40%, Oasis still took 60% of the damage, rapidly draining her strength. Knowing she couldn't hold out much longer if she just kept taking hits like this, she quickly cast her Healing Wave skill to recover as much health as possible in that brief moment. Catching sight of Minchan still lingering behind, Oasis screamed in desperation, "Master, I am seriously going to die here!" In response to her desperate plea, Minchan casually told her to hang on just a little longer, making Oasis scream in pure frustration, begging him to save her. Right then, Camos's ghost unleashed a lightning attack that blew Oasis away, leaving her gasping in agonizing pain. As the enemy raised his sword high for the finishing blow, Oasis fell into total despair, believing she had reached her absolute limit. But at that very moment of impending death, a world-shaking energy suddenly crashed down, crushing the earth. The epic comeback has begun, guys. Oasis decided to gamble once more on her absolute defense skill, proudly declaring, 100% damage reduction from the beginner dagger is now active, but Camos's ghost only paused for a brief, doubtful moment, then immediately swung his sword. A sharp crack rang out and a cold system notification appeared. Durability reduced to 0, equipment destroyed. Clutching the broken hilt in her hand, Oasis froze in absolute shock, seeing that his prey had lost her only protection. Camos flashed a sinister grin and charged forward like a whirlwind. Oasis could only let out a desperate gasp as the blade of death loomed right before her eyes. At that critical moment, a burst of dark energy exploded violently along with a resounding roar. A warrior clad in pitch-black iron armor with glowing red lines suddenly appeared, blocking the devastating strike to everyone's shock. Looking up at the massive back emanating a terrifying pressure, Oasis trembled and whispered, "Master." Recognizing his loyal partner Minchin in his powerful new form, turned to reassure her. "Rest now, Oasis. It's time for your boss to show you how it's done." He stepped forward majestically, pointing his sword directly at Camos's ghost and taunting, "Come on, keep laughing, you fake!" Furious, Camos lunged forward at a terrifying speed, but Minchin maintained an incredible calm. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his dark mana into his sword and coldly declared, "This is going to hurt a lot." Instantly, Minchin unleashed his decisive move, Dark Awakening. The overwhelming power of the strike completely suppressed the enemy, turning him to ash instantly. Witnessing that epic scene, Oasis could only gasp in utter shock. "I can't believe you took him down in just one hit, Master. That was so incredibly cool," Minchin asked proudly. "See that?" But a surge of eerie, glowing green magic flared up, making Oasis worry. "Master, what is that?" Minchin explained in a serious tone. "That is the second of the 3 warriors, the shadow of the legendary archmage Kire Ellison." He confirmed that the goal of this quest is to defeat all shadows of the 3 legendary warriors. Kire began gathering a massive fireball that radiated an overwhelming pressure, making Oasis ask in confusion, "But Master, are you absolutely sure that is our goal?" Minchin realized that the orb was a chain explosion, meaning he couldn't block it normally with his dark hand shield. Coldly, he declared, "Which is why you must use your secret weapon." Assis asked in utter confusion, "My secret weapon?" She was actually feeling touched, thinking her master had come up with a genius battle plan. But right as the magic came crashing down, Minchin suddenly blurted out, "Sorry about this," and grabbed Aces tightly. While the priestess was frozen in absolute shock, Minchin yelled, "Secret technique! Ally shield!" Aces shrieked in tears, "Master!" "You absolute jerk!" The blast completely swallowed Aces, turning her into a living shield to take the hit for Minchin. Utilizing the ally shield link, Minchin used Aces to plow right through the terrifying explosion. Kiri watched coldly from above, but Minchin quickly activated his dark streak skill, dashing like black lightning through the magical fog to close in on his target. Minchin muttered to himself that his build revolved around a single skill. As long as he could bypass that fireball, he could take down the enemy in one shot. Looking at Aces, who was currently disintegrating in agonizing pain, he nonchalantly said, "Make sure to respawn quickly after you die. I still need a few more shields." Seeing his partner's blank stare, he asked, "Are you mad?" Resentfully, Aces shot back, "This isn't my first or second time doing this, so I just need a moment to prepare myself before coming back." Suddenly, a heavy footstep echoed across the hall floor, making Minchin gasp in surprise. Oasis stared in shock at the pale white figure that had just appeared and whispered, "Master." Minchin's face paled as he gritted his teeth in tension. "Damn it, she's here!" This was the final shadow of the 3 legendary warriors named Identa Chronosai. Looking at her pure white outfit, Oasis asked naively, "What class is she?" Minchin replied curtly, "She's a priest." Hearing this, Oasis secretly rejoiced, thinking her opponent was just like her. She told herself, "Just like me, I heard priests are the weakest in PvP. This should be a piece of cake." But Minchin immediately crushed that hope. "No, she's a gladiator. She'll be the toughest of the 3. Shocked, Oasis pressed him, "Is the gladiator class really that strong?" Minchin's gaze darkened as he watched Identa start to radiate a brilliant blue magic aura. He explained, "No, she's not strong, she's just cheap." Oasis stared blankly, not understanding her master's meaning. She tilted her head, asking with a puzzled look, "Cheap?" Identa stood imposingly in her powerful blue and white armor. Despite her slender frame, she wore incredibly thick armor. Oasis couldn't help but be shocked. Instantly, Mincheon charged forward and shouted, commanding her to buff him. Oasis quickly complied while Mincheon activated his dark hand skill for a frontal assault. The attack stunned the opponent for 1 second and blinded her for 3 seconds, giving Mincheon the chance to unleash a powerful dark slash. However, he gritted his teeth in disappointment. I hit her with everything I had, and she barely lost any health. Is this game glitched? Before she could even catch her breath, the female gladiator raised her giant hammer high. Gathering brilliant blue electricity, a thunderous strike called Hammer of Dawn slammed down, creating a massive electrical explosion that engulfed the entire room. Oasis only had time to let out a scream, and before standing frozen in place, completely paralyzed. Seeing her tearfully crying for help because she couldn't move, Mincheon could only snap that she was hit by a status effect, a stun with a 25-meter range. The moment she took damage, Identa immediately activated her healing touch skill. A brilliant blue light enveloped her body, restoring her health bar in the blink of an eye. Looking at this ridiculous sight, Mincheon asked coldly, "Now do you understand why I said she plays dirty?" Oasis nodded furiously, breaking into a sweat as she finally understood. Mincheon analyzed that the opponent had dumped all her stats into stamina, combined with a special medium armor that boasted the highest defense while also possessing all kinds of healing skills and stun effects. She might not be able to kill her opponent, but she herself would never die. Mincheon called this the zombie priest build. It was an incredibly frustrating tactic designed to wear the opponent out until they just give up. Oasis's eyes widened in shock. Then how do we win? Don't tell me it's impossible to beat her. Mincheon reassured her. Since she's an NPC, she can't restore her mana with potions. The only way is to keep hitting her until she completely runs out of mana. Hearing that they had to fight until she ran out of mana, Oasis gripped her staff with trembling hands and stammered, "How much longer is that going to take?" Mincheon looked at his chipped sword and casually replied, "Well, we'll find out when we beat her to death." The ultimate grind-to-beat cheap play tactic. With that, Mincheon leaped into the air, delivering a powerful downward slash to the female gladiator's head. The battle raged with extreme intensity. Identa continuously swung her giant lightning-charged hammer, creating earth-shattering electrical explosions that engulfed the entire room. Time passed in extreme tension. Mincheon had been getting hammered on the head for 4 consecutive hours, making him so angry he was about to lose his mind. Suddenly, Oasis cried out to her master when she noticed a change. Identa stood motionless as the magical aura around her hands fizzled out. Mincheon cheered joyfully. Finally, she's not healing anymore. The opponent's mana bar was completely depleted. Mincheon silently put away his shattered sword. Oasis stared blankly at her master, who was now holding a wooden club in his hand, and asked in confusion, "Master, where did your sword go? Why are you holding a wooden club?" He asserted, "Using a sword is too merciful. I have to beat her with a club so she really feels it." Mincheon repeatedly swung the wooden club down on the female gladiator's head without mercy. As he beat her, he sneered with satisfaction. "How does that feel?" "Pretty annoying, isn't it?" "Hurts a lot, doesn't it?" Standing aside and witnessing this violent scene, Oasis could only break into a cold sweat out of sheer pity. She thought to herself, "Thank goodness I wasn't reincarnated as an NPC." Having vented all his anger, Mincheon felt incredibly refreshed. Right after that, the system notification window popped up brightly, confirming that the side quest, Akmaba's Legacy, had been completed. All 3 shadows of the legendary warriors, including swordsman Cosmos, Archmage Kiri, and Emperor Identa, had been cleanly defeated. Mincheon packed up his things and urged Oasis, "All right, let's go complete our class advancement." Looking at the opponent, who was lying half dead on the ground, Oasis clasped her hands in prayer. "I hope you reincarnate in peace, sis, and watch out for wooden clubs next time." Along the way, Mincheon couldn't stop complaining about the bizarre features in this world. From reckless fighters to mages who only know how to cast a single fireball. He continued to mutter about how frustrating it was to face a zombie priest like that. Oasis asked curiously if shame NPCs are already this bizarre, real players must have even weirder playstyles. Mincheon glanced at her and told her to watch the video of last season's martial arts tournament to see for herself. This made Oasis wonder if it was a serious tournament or just a contest for weirdos. Mincheon explained that those unexpected and bizarre playstyles were exactly what made the duels so appealing, helping Win Online grow into a world-class esports title. Oasis quietly walked behind him, looking at her master's back and thinking to herself that they were both truly breaking this game. She wondered if he was actually having fun deep down. The two of them returned to the magic circle where the priest of the Dark Church was waiting. He laughed triumphantly. "Congratulations on passing the trial. I knew you could do it." Mincheon crossed his arms smugly, acting like it was a piece of cake, leaving Oasis completely speechless. He fought for 4 whole hours and calls that easy. Meanwhile, the priest formally declared that from now on, Mincheon would lead the forces of the Black Cult with the title of Legion Commander. The system continuously displayed notifications congratulating Mincheon on completing his second-class advancement. He had now officially unlocked a ton of new content, such as base development and building his own legion for the Black Cult. Mincheon also received the fast travel privilege from the lower city to the Black Cult base. He needed to head to the base immediately to receive further detailed instructions. Mincheon casually explained to Oasis that this was a new feature unlocked upon his second-class advancement. While she wondered, what kind of sketchy headquarters is it this time? He only offered a mysterious smile and said, "You'll see when we get there." Urged by the priest to spread his name across the continent, the two of them immediately set off back to the lower city. Suddenly, Mincheon called out, "Hey, Dean!" The black-cloaked figure who was strolling along froze in his tracks. He growled in annoyance that someone dared to call him by his name. But the moment he recognized Mincheon waving at him, "Hey there, old friend. Remember how it felt to get your butt kicked? The crazy dark mage was so terrified his limbs went weak." He immediately dropped to his knees and shouted respectfully, "My humblest greetings, Legion Commander." Witnessing this, Oasis broke into a cold sweat, thinking the old man must still be traumatized by that horrific massacre from before. Wasting no time, Mincheon got straight to the point and demanded Dean lead them to the Black Cult base. The dark mage quickly confirmed, "Boss, you've come to the right place," and respectfully invited the two of them to follow him. Dean led them to an old, run-down wooden structure. Oasis started to get a bad feeling about this, nervously wondering, just where on earth is this place? Meanwhile, Dean casually reached out and opened a secret wooden door right in front of them. The moment the door swung open, a ridiculous scene unfolded, making Oasis shriek in horror. A secret outhouse. Talk about a breezy spot choice by the system. Inside, a man who was busy doing his business suddenly jumped in shock, screaming and cursing at them for violating his privacy. Mincheon could only bury his face in his hands, groaning in absolute embarrassment. A system notification popped up asking if he wanted to activate the base. Mincheon gritted his teeth, regretting that he had previously set the base entrance to random, only for it to end up in such an awkward spot. Suddenly, a dark purple demonic energy exploded right in the middle of the narrow entrance. "It's just a little smelly. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" Mincheon could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath, "Damn it!" While Oasis stood beside him holding her nose, her face pale with nausea, groaning in misery. "Master, I don't feel good at all." The two of them had no choice but to hold their breath, close their eyes, and jump straight into the swirling black vortex beneath their feet. The moment he stepped out of the portal, Mincheon began throwing up violently. He screamed in absolute disgust, "What the hell?" Oasis wasn't doing any better. She kept coughing violently, holding her nose tightly to keep that horrific stench from rubbing off on her. After pulling herself together, Oasis looked around the vast space in bewilderment and asked, "Master, where are we?" Mincheon had now regained his composure, his crimson eyes gleaming with depth as he introduced, "This is the base where the Black Cult Legion is stationed. This is the lower city branch of the Black Cult base." In front of them stood a massive wooden fortress with towering watchtowers. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a respectful greeting, "Welcome, Master of the Second Legion." Two girls with bright pink hair appeared and introduced themselves as Alpha and Beta, the managers of this place. They offered to guide their new master on how to operate the base. Although in his heart he had to admit he had forgotten almost everything he once created, Mincheon still nodded calmly, "Sure. Well, might as well just nod along and see how things go first." At Beta's invitation, the two of them began walking deeper inside to learn the absolute basics. Beta explained that this base was just one of the church's many locations across the land, and restoring this ruined place depended entirely on Mincheon. She introduced him to the golems. The loyal creatures specialized in gathering woodstone and iron ore to develop the base. Although there was only one golem at the moment, Minchin could invest to accumulate as many as he wanted. Hearing the word invest, Oasis was still quite confused. Beta clarified that Minchin needed to accumulate a large amount of gold and especially infamy points to upgrade the facilities and build his army. Only then did Minchin proudly ask his partner, "Do you understand now why I need such high infamy?" Oasis finally got it. She cheered with excitement upon realizing that infamy points could also be used as currency to buy items. This is where you can recruit military forces for the Shadow Church. However, besides accumulating enough infamy points and gold to raise an army, you will also need a certain amount of time for them to assemble. Looking at the tiny creatures in front of him, Minchin silently evaluated. So at level 1 there are only goblins? Even though they are small, they are highly capable minions. You can send your army on conquests, order them to clear out dungeons, or even command them to plunder other players and destroy villages. Fighting monsters will help you earn gold, while attacking other players will be the key to increasing your infamy points. However, the manager also issued a warning: you can still fail. If you assign tasks that are too difficult for your army, and you will lose some of your soldiers. Therefore, and carefully considering before deploying them on missions is extremely important. And finally, but just as crucial, is the command tent. Here you can issue any command regarding this base. Stepping inside, Minchin was met with absolute deference from the managers. "So, Commander, please give us your orders." Glancing at the red velvet chair positioned in the center, he leisurely sat down and remarked with satisfaction, "Not bad, I quite like it. Is this what being born at the finish line feels like? Even his seat is pretty nice, huh?" Starting from scratch was supposed to be Minchin's style, but this is something else. Witnessing this scene, Oasis froze in shock. She wondered to herself, why did the master, despite just sitting on an old chair in this ruined base, still exude the majestic aura of a mighty sovereign? With a sharp, cold gaze and an ambitious smile, Minchin softly asked, "All right, where should we start?" In the gloomy lower city, Nim, a shady broker, approached two haggard-looking players and sneered, "I'm honestly surprised you guys are still surviving in the lower city. After all this time with that garbage gear of yours." Right after that, Nim began his usual sales pitch. He clapped excitedly, offering the cheapest prices in the country, guaranteed 100% safe with installment plans available, all while rubbing his hands together deceitfully. He insisted it was the best deal they could ever find, urging them to make the trade at the gold exchange to get stronger, completely ignoring their blunt rejection. "Forget it, we're not buying anything," they said, but Nim stubbornly held on, leaning in close with a secretive look. "Hey, look, I don't just offer this to anyone you know. You guys can pay me in enhancement stones instead of gold." This immediately raised the player's suspicion as to why a max-level player would even need enhancement stones. Nim quickly came up with a convincing excuse, explaining that selling on the auction house would just eat up his gold and transaction fees, so he was willing to give them a friendly discount. Seeing his prey start to waver and admit they had a few stockpiled in storage, Nim pressed his advantage. "I mean, you guys aren't even using them anyway. Sell them to me and use that cash to upgrade your gear or do whatever you want. This is literally straight out of a pyramid scheme playbook." While the two players were still debating what to do, a mysterious dark figure from high above had been quietly watching the whole scene. After the deal was done, Nim excitedly checked his loot. 2, 4, 6, 80 stones. I crushed my quota again today. The boss is going to be thrilled. But before the joy could even sink in, he realized he was being tailed. Panicking, Nim picked up his pace, trying to lose the mysterious figure who was casually strolling behind him. As Nim ran, he cursed under his breath, "What the hell is wrong with that guy? Why won't he stop following me?" Relying on his rogue skills, he leaped across rooftops to lose his stalker, but the moment Nim landed, a chilling voice whispered right in his ear, "Gotcha, dumbass." A brutal punch sent Nim crashing to the ground. He cowered, trembling and stammering. I was only following orders. Is buying enhancement stones a crime?" The mysterious man growled at Nim, who was cowering at his feet. "Take me to Akasa. I have a few things I need to ask him myself." Meekly, Nim led him deep into a dark wooden cellar. "I don't know if you've got balls of steel or if you're just plain stupid. Did you really think our hideout would be unguarded?" He immediately shouted out, "Get over here!" A crowd of henchmen emerged from the shadows. The smug leader taunted, "Why don't you try touching me, huh? You brat!" The mysterious man sighed in sheer disappointment. Slowly removing his disguise, his eyes turned cold as he drew his sword from its sheath. Pathetic trash like you guys are always the ones bullying others in games like this. His pride wounded, this masked man shrieked in a fury, "Pathetic, you bastard!" He immediately ordered his lackeys to charge. "Get him, tear him apart!" Amidst the swirling dust, he calmly analyzed every movement. To him, these weaklings were absolute jokes, barely enough to scratch an itch. His strike was so devastating that his target knocked out cold instantly. The watching lackeys gasped as they recognized his true identity. That's Ken, the guy who took second place in the first PvP tournament, the monster who hunts bounty hunters. Fear gripped the remaining thugs as they realized they were standing against a notorious cold-blooded player killer. "Everyone freeze!" A booming command made Akasa's henchmen halt in surprise. From behind them, the leader Akasa slowly walked out, unable to hide his astonishment as he gasped, "Wow, it really is you, Ken. Haha, long time no see, you still haven't quit the game. When was the last time we met last year? I honestly thought you'd quit by now, since I haven't heard a single thing about you lately." While his words were warm and welcoming, Akasa was shaking with fear inside, silently cursing and wondering what on earth Ken wanted with him. Without giving him a second to think, Ken cut straight to the chase. "Why are you suddenly hoarding enhancement stones in such massive quantities?" Akasa laughed nervously, making up an excuse that he was buying them because of a hunch that their price would skyrocket once the Season 6 update drops. He casually claimed it was purely his sixth sense. But Ken suddenly dropped a bombshell, making the air in the room instantly heavy. "Have you heard the news? GM Stream was fired." Hearing this, Akasa clicked his tongue, acting as if he already knew. He sneered, saying GM Stream met such a pathetic end because he had no idea how to run the game. He then remembered something and asked out of curiosity, "You really hated GM Stream, didn't you, Ken?" Ken's eyes instantly darkened, his expression twisting with pure bloodlust as he smirked. "I don't hate him. I despise him. If I could, I'd kill that bastard with my own 2 hands." The sheer malice radiating from Ken made Akasa and his lackeys freeze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Ken slowly rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. "But Akasa, you were pretty close to him, weren't you?" The question made Akasa flinch. He panicked and yelled back in denial, "Me close with Stream. What the hell are you talking about?" Ken stepped forward, each heavy footstep echoing with power. He exposed the secret that out of all the villains monitored by the GM, Akasa was the one with the most connections to Stream. At this, Akasa's face paled. He gritted his teeth and admitted in frustration, "Wait, are you talking about that lawsuit fine?" "If you want to call that a connection, then whatever, damn it." Ken coldly exposed the truth about the former director's sudden leniency. "He dropped every single charge against you. Why do you think he did that?" He stared intensely into Akasa's wavering eyes, analyzing that Dream had passed up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to wipe out the bandits in this lower city, to make an example of them. Akasa awkwardly tried to excuse himself, bringing up his pathetic past. I went to Nipe in Korea and begged him to drop the charges." Annoyed, Akasa grumbled, "Did you come all this way just to dig up old dirt?" But Ken firmly shot back, "No, I'm here because I believe there's a much deeper connection between you and Dream." Ken could tell that Akasa was in a rush to end the conversation right then and there. Of course, now that he was cornered, Akasa was squirming like a rat. Ken then began laying out hard evidence of the strange anomalies in his target's actions. The very moment GM Dream was fired, you suddenly started buying up enhancement stones like crazy, even though you'd never touched them before. Ken sneered, mocking a professional scammer like Akasa, suddenly hoarding an item he'd never cared about. As soon as Dream left the company, he delivered his undeniable conclusion. GM Dream tipped you off that they were about to skyrocket in value. Why? Because he wanted to use you for something. Ken wondered what could force a high-ranking director to make a backroom deal with a shady con artist like Akasa, leaving him sweating in tense silence. Ken asserted with absolute certainty, exactly. He needed an illegal deal, something secret happening under the table. He knew very well that Akasa was the one person who could get Dream whatever he wanted in this game, without ever getting flagged by the system. Seeing his secret exposed, Akasa tried to keep up his sarcastic, smug grin. "Oh, wow, you should really write movie scripts." But before he could finish his sentence, Ken roughly grabbed Akasa by the collar, terrifying him. Ken's eyes burned with pure hatred as he growled, "Don't underestimate my instincts, Akasa. I've waited years for a chance to pay that bastard back." Do you really think I wouldn't be able to sniff him out? Gritting his teeth, he commanded the trembling man before him. Tell me where he is. Akasa struggled in vain, screaming for Ken to let him go immediately. Akasa's patience finally snapped. Swearing and screaming, he yelled, I said, let me go, damn it, right now! With a sudden swing, Akasa slashed a fiery blade, blazing toward Ken to force him back. But Ken was no amateur. He effortlessly dodged the surprise strike. Akasa gritted his teeth in sheer rage and growled, Do you think just because I was nice to you, you can walk all over me? Do you think you're so damn special? Just because you took second place in some stupid tournament ages ago? He kept mocking him, saying Ken didn't even have the skills to compete in a real tournament anymore and could only run around slaughtering ordinary players. Just to ruin his own reputation, Akasa growled, Honestly, Ken, this look doesn't suit you at all. You're really starting to piss me off. He pointed his weapon straight at him, declaring that his current position wasn't something handed to him on a silver platter. In the face of his threats, Ken remained completely unfazed. He calmly replied, I am not the runner-up. His words left Akasa stunned. What? But Ken asserted, I am the actual champion of Season 1. Akasa gritted his teeth, yelling that Ken was talking crazy because he clearly finished second. Ken explained in a low, heavy voice that his opponent back then had used dirty, underhanded tricks that should have disqualified him instantly. Yet GM Dream just stood by and watched, refusing to make a fair ruling. The truth suddenly dawned on Akasa. So, the reason you're so obsessed with finding Dream is because of the ruling in that tournament. That's right. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 15 years. Ken slowly drew his sword, a dark, ominous look in his eyes. I'm asking you one last time. Where is GM Dream? He coldly threatened to slaughter everyone if he didn't get an answer. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Akasa frantically tried to backpedal. Come on, man! You don't have to take things so seriously, you old outdated relic. Ken let out a dark, maniacal smirk. So your refusing works for me. He declared that the only real joy in this garbage game was slaughtering players. Enraged, Akasa charged at him, screaming, You're all talk, get him! A chaotic brawl broke out in the dark basement. Akasa laughed with sadistic delight, but a moment later, the reality proved absolutely brutal. Akasa collapsed to the ground, his digital body glitching and starting to pixelate away. You absolute monster! Looking around at the gruesome scene, littered with defenseless players, he trembled, gasping out his final words. Are you even human? Ken towered over Akasa, his voice cold as ice. Tell me where GM Dream is. He threatened to hunt Akasa down relentlessly until he finally talked. I will kill you over and over, countless times, countless times. Every time you set up a shop, I will come and tear it down. Every time you set up a new base, I will find you and kill you again. His eyes burned with cold cruelty. I will make sure you can never do anything in this game ever again. I won't hesitate to do it, and you know damn well I mean it. Right, Akasa. With Ken being this ruthlessly overpowered, Akasa wouldn't be able to escape this time, even if he grew wings and flew away. He looked down at this defeated man one last time, putting on the ultimate pressure. This is your last chance. Where is GM Dream? Immediately after. The scene shifts to the VR world lobby, where Na-Min-chun is standing amidst glowing streams of digital data. Watching the digital fragments swirl around him, he thought to himself, everything is going exactly as planned. Min-chun understood the looming danger, but as soon as Win starts to collapse, the people at Napan will start suspecting me. To avoid getting caught, he knew he had to make sure absolutely no one could link his real identity to his character Fimbo. The first step was changing his IP address. Min-chun tapped away on his virtual interface. I need to make it look like I went straight home. Just like what I told Shinji and Dongha. He planned to connect wirelessly to his home computer so that his main account and Fimbo could be online at the exact same time. If he could generate access logs showing both accounts, by being online at the same time, Min-chun would have a perfect alibi. However, Naipan has blocked all remote access and disabled multi-accounting. At the same time, the system would throw an access denied error. To pull this off, he has to bypass the company's security system, even though he knows every vulnerability inside out. Normally, this would take weeks. Min-chun smirked with absolute confidence. This is child's play to him, especially since he has one of the world's best AI systems working under him. Instantly, Oasis appeared in her AI form to help him hack into the company's system. She quickly reported, "System infiltration complete, Master." Minchi nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Now it's time to take my main account out for a spin." He decisively hit the start button. A sudden burst of energy transported him back into the virtual world wearing a completely different avatar, a warrior. Clad in magnificent white armor, his username is Anchovy, a max-level 90 paladin decked out in insanely powerful gear standing in the gloomy depths of the wandering forest swamp. Suddenly, a colossal creature rose from the still water. It was none other than Gulas, the master of the swamp. It let out a furious roar. Who dares disturb my slumber?" But the only response to its wrath was the firm, steady stride of the paladin. In his gleaming silver armor with just a single razor-sharp slash, he cut the monster down. It died so fast it didn't even have time to realize who had killed it. As the massive corpse collapsed to the ground, he casually asked his partner Oasis, "How much EXP did I get from that?" Oasis reported that each defeat only brought in an extra 519 EXP. Looking at that pitiful number, Minchion, standing nearby in his Fimbo avatar, said thoughtfully, "The level gap between us is just too wide now. Partying up at this point is completely useless." Seeing Oasis look confused, he explained that since he can keep both accounts active and idling, simultaneously switching back and forth between the characters is a breeze. Still, Minchion admitted it was a bit awkward since he can't control them simultaneously. If he's actively playing one character, the others will just stand there like statues. Even so, Minchion asserted that as long as the log history shows both accounts online at the same time, Naipan won't suspect that Fimbo is actually him, at least for now. He smirked proudly. "Talk about a flawless alibi." Suddenly turning to Oasis, Minchion added, "Oh, by the way, I need you to book a flight for me." But she couldn't help but ask, "A plane ticket. Where are you going?" Minchion told Oasis to prepare for a trip to Bali in 3 weeks right before the Season 6 update drops, making sure to get a round-trip ticket. Seeing her master constantly swapping characters back and forth, Oasis could only yell in sheer frustration, "For crying out loud, just pick one character and stick to it." When she asked why the sudden trip to Bali, he casually replied, "Just some business to take care of, and I'll be meeting someone while I'm there." Once he finished testing the multi-account system, Minchion ordered his paladin to stand by, then turned to Oasis. "Shall we go grind some more levels?" "Grind some more?" She enthusiastically agreed, "You bet." Just as they were about to head out, a message notification flashed on screen, catching Minchion's attention. "Huh?" It was a message from Mikasa asking if Fimbo was online. Minchion replied coldly, "Why, you want your money back?" But Akasa's reply was completely unexpected. "No, that's not it. Ken found me." Hearing that name, Minchion's face went pale. Ken, the hunter of hunters. Hunter of... Akasa frantically reported that they were in deep trouble and that it was a major emergency. "Ken already knows your account ID." Minchion smirked suspiciously and pressed, "Did you tell him?" Akasa swallowed hard in fear, admitting to it and apologizing because Ken had completely obliterated their base. Despite her intense anxiety, Minchion remained remarkably calm. "Don't worry about it. It's fine, I'll handle him." Still, Akasa didn't forget to warn him about the hunter's terrifying glare. "Just please be careful, Fimbo." In response, Minchion just gave a soft chuckle. It seemed he was incredibly confident even when facing such a formidable opponent. Minchion thought to himself, "Ken, he hasn't changed one bit." His eyes gleamed with a scheming light as he realized this turn of events might actually work in his favor. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the wandering forest where a caravan was slowly moving through the pitch-black night. Deep in the woods, a mysterious merchant appeared and warmly welcomed everyone. "Welcome, everyone. Let me introduce myself. This is my 3rd season working as a merchant. Let me guide you." Seeing that they had a max-level escort leading the way, the other merchants couldn't hide their excitement. "With someone like that leading us, we'll definitely make it there safely." "Man, we really lucked out today." Watching the bustling crowd, Oasis asked curiously, "Master, what are those people doing?" Minchion calmly explained, "They're all merchants. They make a living by buying local specialties and reselling them in other cities because those trade goods can't be placed in their inventories and must be loaded onto carriages. They can't use teleportation portals. That means they have to haul them the long, hard way. They really have to work hard for every single penny." Minchion added that the journey was incredibly hazardous, filled with plain monsters, bandits, NPCs looking to steal valuable goods, and field bosses roaming the plains. That's why merchants usually team up once every hour to travel together for safety. and whoever has the highest level or experience gets chosen as the leader. The caravan leader then announced loudly, "All right, everyone. We're heading to the east of the city of Terra. To get there, we must cross the wandering forest." He instructed everyone not to panic if they got lost in the fog, covering the area. They just needed to message him privately. In this wandering forest, there are 5 field bosses. They're incredibly strong, but they won't attack unless provoked, so absolutely do not touch them. After a loud, unanimous response from the group, Oasis was still full of questions. "Wait, but Master, why are we traveling with these merchants?" Mincheon smirked, his sinister smile illuminated against a fiery red background. He revealed his true scheme using these merchants as bait to eliminate those field bosses. Everyone minds their own business. They hunt for local specialties, and he hunts bosses. It's a win-win situation. The carriage convoy quietly entered the thick, foggy forest. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering explosions shook the ground. The panicked merchants looked around, crying out, "What's happening?" "Who knows? Could it be an earthquake?" Amidst the chaos, a player's eyes widened in horror as they realized the terrifying truth. It was a field boss, a colossal entity resembling a withered ancient tree. Its blazing yellow eyes looming out of the darkness, radiating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire group. The convoy leader quickly reassured everyone that this was just a level 70 field boss. It won't attack unless provoked. Hearing this, the crowd let out a sigh of relief, knowing they were nowhere near strong enough to face such a terrifying creature. They whispered to one another to move quietly and avoid trouble. However, Mincheon, walking in the middle of the crowd, suddenly noticed something unusual. The monster's blazing yellow eyes began to shift, accompanied by dry cracking sounds echoing from its ancient trunk. A worried player asked the guide again just to make sure the monster wouldn't attack. He maintained his confident smile, assuring them that nothing would go wrong. But the moment the words left his mouth, the ancient treant suddenly slammed a devastating blow right into the middle of the carriage convoy. Splintered wood and dust filled the air. The merchants screamed in pure panic as they saw the monster actually launching an attack, forcing everyone present to immediately brace for battle to save their lives. This guy's words hold absolutely zero weight, do they? The guide stood frozen in utter shock, cold sweat pouring down his face, since he couldn't fathom why a normally docile boss would suddenly fly into a rage when clearly no one had provoked it. Amidst the chaos and desperate cries for help, Mincheon had emerged from the shadows with a wicked smile. As it turned out, this was his new skill after his second-class change called Shadow Teleportation, which grants the ability to cloak his body in darkness for stealth and boost his movement speed by 50%. Mincheon had secretly approached and provoked the monster without a single soul in the merchant caravan noticing. Violent tremors shook the entire forest. The convoy leader's face turned pale and sweat poured like rain as he stared at the colossal entity before him. In his mind, he screamed in disbelief. A treant normally never attacks unless provoked. So why is this happening? Realizing their lives were hanging by a thread, the guide yelled, "We have no choice. There's no escaping this. Everyone prepare for battle." The merchants panicked completely, screaming in despair. "Wait, how are we supposed to kill that thing? At least give us a battle plan." But time waited for no one. Demands to form parties drowned out the monster's thunderous roars. Massive, devastating blows rained down consecutively, scattering the crowd. Desperate cries for help echoed throughout the gloomy forest. The guide grit his teeth and swore in sheer frustration, frantically searching for whoever was behind provoking the monster. Right then, a group of high-level warriors suddenly appeared. 4 level 90 experts. Peroring Zed beat Moonbeam Cutter, and Gus threw themselves into the fray. Their leader quickly ordered the rest to deal only enough damage to avoid drawing the boss's aggro. The treant roared, swinging its colossal arms to attack, but the elite warriors quickly took their positions. Gus braced himself against the pressure while she darted like the wind to cast. Her skill, Twin Dragon / carving deep gashes that tore through the tough bark. Immediately after, Moonbeam Cutter gathered brilliant lightning energy in his hands. With a roaring shout of thunderstrike, a massive bolt of lightning slammed directly onto the monster's head, enveloping its entire massive body in a powerful electric current. Seeing the high-level players taking the hits, the merchant crowd began to cheer excitedly, shouting, "Look! Those high-level players are tanking the blows for us!" With a shared determination to defeat a boss at least once in their lives, they charged forward in a frenzy. Watching from the back, Mincheon smirked deviously. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Standing beside him, Oasis felt deeply moved by the solidarity of people who had only just met for the first time. She turned to him and asked if her master really didn't plan on stepping in to help them. He was the director, after all. How fast it ended was completely up to him. Minchin gave a soft smirk and reassured her that he would definitely help, but just not yet. He calculated that with his current attack stats, jumping in right now would draw all of the boss's aggro, and his health pool wasn't deep enough to survive those earth-shattering slams. Watching the crowd struggle amidst the electric mist, Minchin silently told them to hold on. He then ordered Oasis to go heal them. Despite Oasis's confusion at his instruction, he simply replied that he would join the fight when the time was right. Oasis eagerly took the order and dashed off immediately. Staring at his partner's retreating back, Minchin thought to himself that she was quite hasty. But then again, Oasis was probably eager to test how much she had improved after all that grinding. Heading toward the center of the battlefield, Oasis raised her glowing staff and cast her skill. Sanctuary's Call, recovering 2% of maximum health per second. She for all players within a 30-yard radius for 8 consecutive seconds. The sudden burst of healing light left the crowd stunned. They frantically looked around, asking who was saving their lives. Oasis continuously cast Region Guardian Angel Aura and Healing Wave to provide full support to the wounded. Upon seeing their savior, the exhausted players burst into joy, cheering, thanking her, and scrambling to beg, "Please heal me too." Once people get a taste of something good, they just get greedy. Oasis suddenly stopped and softly whispered, "Sorry, but that's enough." Witnessing that, Minchin quietly praised her for knowing to stop right before the boss detected her. To him, what makes a healer truly great is not the timing of their skills or bold saves, but their ability to survive and secure the team's next move. Sensing that the time was ripe, Minchin coldly stepped forward. "It's time for me to make my move." He immediately activated Level 1 Shadow Shift, enveloping his body in darkness to enter stealth mode and boost his movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds. While the ancient treant roared furiously, leaving the merchant caravan bewildered and confused, the veteran leader was still shouting to rally everyone. "We're almost there? Hang in there!" Meanwhile, Minchin silently sneaked behind the monster. He told himself his damage output didn't matter right now since his contribution points were low anyway, but if he could land the finishing blow, he would sweep all the massive bonus points. What a sly guy, just waiting for them to wear the boss down to low health to kill Steel. Suddenly, Minchin unleashed his Shadow Strike, unleashing consecutive strikes laced with dark purple magic into the ancient tree trunk. He left the boss utterly stunned. Seizing the opening, Minchin dashed like black lightning through the dust cloud. With determination burning in his eyes, Minchin poured all his strength into the final slash. Seizing the opening, he immediately unleashed the Shadow Knight's exclusive ultimate skill, named Darkness and Backlight. It allowed him to teleport behind the target and spin his weapon at blinding speed. The first strike dealt 150% damage plus 10% of the target's current health, while the second strike dealt a whopping 300% damage. The system immediately announced, "You have defeated the boss monster, Ancient Treant." The merchants froze in sheer shock. They stammered, unable to believe their eyes. "Oh my God, it's over." Fortunately, the entire caravan had survived without a single casualty. Right after that, a reward window popped up with 3 lucky dice. Oasis stared blankly at the 3 dice in her hands, wondering if that was a lot or a little. "Hey, I'm going to pick up the boss loot over here. There's some good stuff here. Whoever wants them, roll for it." Oasis curiously turned to her master and asked, "Master, how many dice did you get?" Minchin replied with the bored look, "I don't know and I don't care." He knew this was only a level 70 boss, so the loot was bound to be utter trash. What Minchin actually cared about right now was the 20 Wandering Forest boss coins he had just received. These coins, proof of defeating boss-level monsters, could be traded for rare items at the Adventurers Guild. Minchin calculated, "I'll probably need 100 boss coins to buy what I want, which means I have to do this 4 more times." On the other side, the caravan leader chugged down a recovery potion, wiped his mouth, and muttered, "Ha, talk about a windfall. But at least we beat it." He still had no idea who had set the stage and who had pulled the curtains on this fight. The leader started to suspect the person who delivered the finishing blow. Who was the one who attacked that boss? Was it one of us, or was it some passerby looking for trouble? Realizing he wouldn't find an answer, he decisively ordered, All right, let's keep moving. I want us to reach the campsite on time. He sternly warned, if we get attacked by another boss while we're this exhausted, we won't stand a chance. One of the merchants laughed it off to reassure him. Oh, come on. Do you really think we're going to run into another boss? He claimed he had crossed this forest many times and had never encountered more than one boss. Still, the leader kept a serious face. Better safe than sorry. Their reasoning was actually sound, as it was almost impossible to encounter two field bosses back-to-back in this area. But through the pitch-black night, glowing red honeycomb-like hexagons suddenly appeared and shone brilliantly. From within that blinding light, a female-shaped entity, with glowing red eyes and delicate wings, loomed large. A cold system notification popped up, Field Boss Queen Bee. Talk about a surprise old man, ha ha. Even though encountering two field bosses in a row was supposed to be impossible, the brutal reality was right before their eyes. Standing before this terrifying entity, the players could only cry out in shock and despair, "This can't be!" The caravan leader quickly regained his composure. Sensing that this opponent might be easier to deal with than the last one, he immediately ordered the archers to fire. A barrage of arrows and magic rained down on the target in a brilliant display. He screamed madly, "Attack her! Tear her to pieces!" Consecutive explosions enveloped the queen bee, but instead of falling, she only grew extremely furious. Realizing that magic damage was completely useless, the panicked leader yelled for everyone to switch to physical attacks immediately. A female archer quickly took her position, highly focused, and let loose a decisive shot. However, the queen bee moved with terrifying speed, gliding through the rain of arrows and dodging every attack with masterly ease, leaving the crowd stunned. She suddenly closed in and delivered a violent crash, completely scattering the merchant formation. The queen bee wore a sinister smile as she brutally pinned down a player, severely injuring them. Witnessing that sight, a warrior cried out in tears, "My God, attack!" However, the monster quickly lashed out with her razor-sharp legs and leaped high into the air. "We have to bring her down right now!" the leader screamed in despair. But the bewildered crowd could only yell back, "But how? A mage!" He had planned to use magic to destroy her wings, but he was instantly hit with a cold dose of reality when he saw their marks. Man get vaporized in the blink of an eye. Flipping upside down in midair, the queen bee began to charge up a massive fireball that radiated terrifying pressure. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the mage's face went completely pale. She can cast magic while still in midair. The situation right now is hanging by a thread. Even with master spellcasters here, it's just too hard to turn the tide in their current completely exhausted state. It seemed all hope for the caravan was completely extinguished. But before the queen bee could even unleash her attack, a cannonball flew out of nowhere and struck her, wounding her. The intense heat from the blast scorched one of her wings. The crowd stood frozen in shock. Something had just blasted her wing. Everyone looked up in utter disbelief. Look up there. Someone is standing on the tower. Their savior had made quite the grand entrance. Atop the towering watchtower, a mysterious figure was operating a giant cannon. That person decisively loaded a shell and activated the war machine's entire magic system. A blinding beam of energy erupted from the barrel, carrying destructive power as it surged forward, aiming straight at the queen bee hovering in the air. The direct hit triggered a terrifying explosion, sending the queen bee hurtling down to the ground. The merchants couldn't believe their eyes, gasping in sheer shock. The queen bee lay motionless, her body trembling after taking that critical blow. Instantly, shouts echoed through the forest. "She's down! She's down!" The leader swung his sword, ordering everyone to charge. "All-out attack! Finish her off!" The crowd rushed in frantically, surrounding her to rain down final blows upon the dying boss's body. Standing high above Minchin calmly watched the battlefield. He thought to himself, "I originally designed this terrain to be used in situations like this. But it seems the players didn't notice the little helping hand I laid out for them." Seeing that the time was ripe, Minchin muttered to himself, "Oh, right, time to steal the kill." Meanwhile, down below, some merchants were still furiously pressing the queen bee with brutal strikes. Suddenly, her stinger twitched and shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing right through a warrior. He only had time to scream in agony before collapsing. The leader's face went pale with horror at her last-ditch counterattack, though he still roared to encourage his team. "We're almost there." But a blinding energy radiating from the boss began to envelop them all. followed by a devastating sweep that blew everything away, sending the party members flying completely helpless against her overwhelming power. The leader realized with despair that although they were so close to victory, the group simply didn't have enough firepower left to finish the fight. We're probably all going to get wiped out, guys. At that critical do-or-die moment, a dark figure plummeted from above at a terrifying speed. A loud crash echoed as the mysterious stranger landed right in the center of the battlefield, leaving the leader gasping in utter disbelief. Mincheon immediately activated his dark and backlight combo. A surge of intense deep purple magic erupted violently, devouring the queen bee amidst her final agonizing screams. The leader stood frozen, staring dumbfounded at every movement of the guy who had just snatched the boss from right under his nose. Mincheon landed firmly amidst the magical haze of dust and smoke, officially bringing the epic battle to a close. Meanwhile, the exhausted merchants had fallen into a state of extreme exhaustion after back-to-back battles. One player turned to the leader trembling and asked anxiously, "Sir Ba, that was the last one, right?" Last one. "There are no more bosses left, right?" How could the leader answer that? He could only encourage them to stay strong. What else was there to say? The old guide stood there in silence. Deep down, suspicions began to arise in his mind about how unusually this sequence of events had unfolded. This was no coincidence. Running into a single plains boss would have been understandable, but two in a row was practically impossible. Connecting the dots, he realized a critical common factor: both battles had only one single player, who secured the final blow. He must be the one behind all of this. He gnashed his teeth in anger, realizing they had been used as pawns. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed through the forest. Mincheon was absolutely thrilled as he checked his item notification panel. Awesome. Another 30 coins in my pocket. He smugly wondered, now who's next? As he rested by the base of a tree, the leaves suddenly rustled violently from a strange wind. Mincheon gasped and looked up, sensing an incredibly oppressive pressure weighing down on him. It was the lord of the forest, the heavenly eagle, an entity with a hidden level that loomed large. With glowing blue eyes and a massive wingspan, it aimed straight at Mincheon. Mincheon panted heavily. Drenched in sweat after nearly losing his life to the beast's talons, he grit his teeth and muttered to himself, "Whew, that was a close call. I almost died." The heavenly eagle was supposed to spawn randomly only once a month, yet he was unlucky enough to cross paths with it right now. At this rate, how was he any different from the unfortunate merchant caravan he had just taken advantage of? Watching the shadow of the giant beast fly away, Mincheon thought to himself that if he had to fight it head-on, he'd be finished. But then, he suddenly froze, noticing something unusual. Mincheon's face fell, his eyes widening in anxiety. Wait a second. The caravan is heading in that direction. Meanwhile, at the caravan's location, the scene was utterly disastrous, with several players collapsed on the ground after the boss's attack. Oasis was busy casting healing magic. A brilliant green light enveloped the victims. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she smiled in relief. All done? A merchant beamed and thanked her, feeling bad that their group didn't have many healers, which forced her to do all the hard work alone. Oasis kept her warm smile and replied sincerely, "It's all right. After all, healing everyone is my job." Another warrior approached with a look of deep gratitude, offering Oasis a small gift in return. The young priestess waved her hands in a panic, refusing, "What? No, please. There's no need, I was just doing my job." But as she took a closer look at the glowing item in his hand, Oasis gasped. She realized it was a high-grade mana potion, something capable of instantly restoring 100% of her mana. He's just giving away something this high quality. He laughed heartily to reassure her that warriors like him didn't really need mana anyway, and that he was just lucky to have picked these up, so it was no big deal. Looking at the precious potion in her hands, Oasis felt deeply moved by the kindness of her new teammates. In the quiet night forest, she smiled brightly, feeling proud of her decision. "I'm so glad I chose to become a healer." Remembering how her master used to force and torment her, Oasis suddenly had a strange idea. Maybe I should thank Master Oasis, thought to herself. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him in a while. Don't tell me he went to lure another boss before we could even regroup. Just to be sure, she sent a message to her master. "Master, where are you?" Suddenly, a flurry of pinging notifications and garbled text flashed rapidly across the screen, leaving Oasis stunned. What is this? Is his game glitching? Did a shark bite the undersea cable again? Amidst the chaos, a voice roared, "Everyone prepare for battle! It was the Lord of the Forest, the Celestial Eagle, whose level was still a mystery. Oasis froze in terror as a cry of "Healer" rang out, pulling her back to reality. A guild member grabbed her by the shoulder and screamed, "Focus! We don't stand a chance against it! Run now!" The monster unleashed an attack that crushed the ground. Amidst the rising dust, Oasis was shocked to realize her teammate was bracing himself to shield her even though his body was trembling violently from his severe wounds. He still grit his teeth, urging her, "Get out of here quick." Seeing her teammates risking their lives for her, Oasis cried out in dismay, "Everyone!" A female warrior resolutely dashed forward with incredible speed to distract the boss. From behind, the bard nodded slightly in signal. His hands began to sweep across the strings, creating a rapid driving rhythm as the Vitality Melody skill was activated, increasing movement and attack speed for the entire team by 30% for 10 seconds. Empowered by the magical buff, another blonde female warrior with fire in her eyes immediately charged, straight ahead to confront the monster. Seizing the moment, the leader roared in encouragement, "This is our chance! Everyone attack! Go all out! It's the only way we're getting out of here alive!" The entire team immediately gave it everything they had. Spears thrust deep into the monster's body while the archers quickly took their positions, drawing their bows in unison, ready to fire. A torrential rain of arrows poured down, peppering the Celestial Eagle's body, making it roar frantically in pain. But instead of collapsing, the boss suddenly exuded a terrifying pressure. It began to spin its body at a dizzying speed, creating a massive tornado that swallowed up everything around it. The violent sandstorm lifted the entire group high into the air, sweeping them into a deadly vortex. The warriors could only scream in helplessness as they spun wildly in midair. While the Celestial Eagle continued its frantic devastation right at the eye of the storm, turning the battlefield into a living hell, it gave no one a chance to escape. As the tornado cleared, the scene was left in ruins with players scattered everywhere, completely helpless. Oasis struggled to crawl up from among her fallen teammates. She raised her staff with trembling hands, trying to whisper with the last of her strength, "Resurrection." But a cold system notification popped up. "You are out of mana." Oasis, completely exhausted, her breath ragged in utter helplessness. "I can't do this anymore." Oasis choked back tears of belated regret. "I'm sorry, Master." But Mincheon gently placed his hand on her head and reassured her. "What are you talking about, you dummy? You're the reason they managed to hold out until now." He looked at his partner with eyes full of trust and said, "You did great, Oasis." Instantly, the battlefield erupted as the other players roared. "We'll join the fight with you, regroup," the leader's booming voice urged. "Healers, quickly resurrect those on the front line." Instantly, a brilliant light filled the area as the resurrection skill was cast in unison, bringing the fallen warriors back into the game. Despite their devastating defeat, they weren't giving up, everyone. Watching the crowd eagerly march forward, Oasis asked curiously, "Where are they going?" Mincheon calmly explained that at the top of every hour, the merchant caravan departs, and in fact, they departed after the two of us. Oasis couldn't help but marvel at her master's deep calculation. "Wow, you even calculated that." Basking in his partner's admiration, Mincheon smugly smirked. "Of course." Suddenly, sharp, thorny vines burst from beneath the ground, ruthlessly wrapping around both of their legs. Oasis shrieked in terror, "Master, look below!" Mincheon was shocked to realize he had fallen into a dangerous trap right beneath his feet. The bard looked at him with sharp, cold eyes and demanded, "You're the one who did this, aren't you?" He exposed the entire plot. "You're the troll who always lures bosses to the caravan and steals the final blow." At last, the truth was finally revealed. Seeing the tension rise, Oasis rushed to intervene. "Wait, everyone, I think there's been a misunderstanding." But the warrior roughly grabbed her hand and warned her, "Stay out of this. I don't know what you're doing hanging around a guy like this, but he has gone way too far. If I were you, I'd stay far away from him." Trembling with rage, the bard pointed directly at Mincheon's face and yelled, "Do you think this is funny? Going around ruining things for other people like this?" Even though he was tightly bound, Mincheon suddenly flashed a sinister grin and casually admitted, "Yeah, actually, it's pretty fun." His brazen answer left Oasis holding her head in absolute speechless despair. They were certain he was a notorious troll and wanted to hand him over to the guards, to rot in prison for a while to teach him a lesson. But Minchin calmly remarked, "You guys are already at the max level, aren't you? And your gear level is pretty high, too." He questioned them, asking if the whole point of playing a game wasn't to escape reality and embark on thrilling adventures. Mincheon went on to expose the truth that the second group of players who joined. It's not because they're being nice. It's just that in a brutal online game, boss hunting is a blast, and they don't want to miss out on the action. So everyone has their own agenda after all. They just keep it to themselves, that's all. He brought up the thrill of facing a powerful boss, the sheer sense of achievement after turning the tide and the tight bond built through hard-fought battles. Mincheon firmly declared, "I'm just trying to awaken that excitement for the game that you've all forgotten." Just then, the Sky Eagle roared furiously, forcing the party leader to scream, urging everyone to give it everything they've got for the final strike. Realizing how urgent the situation was, the musician gritted his teeth. Deciding he had to join the fight, he snapped, "Minchin, stop using that garbage speech to justify your nonsense." Though he had to admit the boss was the top priority right now. The thorny vines suddenly vanished, sending Minion tumbling to the ground, much to Oasis's shock. Looking out over the battlefield, the musician admitted it had been a long time since he'd seen such an intense fight. Oasis quickly cast her healing hand to patch up Minion. Why does he even need healing anyway? They should have just left him like that so he wouldn't cause any more trouble. The moment the Sky Eagle collapsed, cheers of players gathering loot echoed through the forest. The system notified Minchin that he received 3 dice as a contribution reward. He just walked away casually, completely unfazed. Only 3. Well, it didn't really matter to Minchin. A boss from Season 1 probably wouldn't drop anything useful anyway. But then the Heart of the Sky Eagle, an ultra-rare item with an incredibly abysmal drop rate. As suddenly dropped, Minchin froze, his eyes practically popping out of his head in shock. This was the exact item he had been planning to grind forever just to buy. Trembling, he rolled his dice silently, calling out to Gaia. "Oh, Gaia, is this your divine blessing?" Mincheon laughed like a madman, convinced the goddess of luck was on his side. But then the results popped up. Swansman of Taiwan was in the lead with 9 points, while Fimbo only had 7. Currently sitting in second place, all his hopes rested on his very last die. Mincheon held his breath, praying hard, please, anything but a 1. He prayed with all his soul, and yet it still landed on a 1. Talk about brutal. Mincheon sank to his knees, clutching his head and screaming in utter despair. "Are you kidding me? Talk about a cruel twist of fate. Losing badly doesn't hurt nearly as much as losing by a hair like this." It stung worse than eating raw chili, but right at that moment, Oasis ran over her face, beaming. Naively, she bragged, "Master, your contribution score must be insanely high. Look, I got 6 whole dice." Meanwhile, the seasoned veteran, Mincheon, had only managed to get 3 dice and failed miserably. Thanks to her massive healing output, the little priestess had walked away with the lion's share of the rewards. Mincheon stood frozen, utterly speechless, staring at the pile of dice in Oasis's hands. Snapping out of it, Mincheon immediately urged Oasis to roll all the dice she had. While she stood there, totally bewildered, he slowly lifted the item they had just obtained. It was the Heart of the Sky Eagle, a brilliant crimson crystal radiating an intense flow of energy. Seeing Oasis curiously pressing him about what he planned to do with it, Minchin let out a sinister grin and declared, "This is going to get us to level 70 at the speed of light." Oasis gasped in shock at her master's wild ambition. Level 70. Meanwhile, the merchant's carriage caravan had reached the edge of the forest. As the sun began to set, the musician leading the group cheered with excitement. "We've finally made it." Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, glad that their grueling journey was finally over. It had been an exhausting trek for the whole group, one they'd likely remember for the rest of their lives. Looking up at the magnificent city glowing in the evening sun, they couldn't help but marvel at its breathtaking beauty. "Great job, everyone. It wasn't exactly smooth sailing, but we made it to the destination." Oasis was completely spellbound by the city's splendor, gasping in admiration. "It's so incredibly beautiful." The atmosphere grew lively as everyone began saying their goodbyes. The musician smiled warmly and thanked Oasis. "This is all thanks to you. Thank you so much." As everyone continued heading into the city, wishing each other a fun game, Oasis suddenly grew curious about what the inside of Solitaire looked like. Brimming with excitement, she was about to charge right in to explore. "I want to go see—" But Minchin coldly stopped her. "All right, That's enough. Lifted right off the ground by Minchin, Oasis squirmed and whined, "Oh, why not? Just let me satisfy my curiosity a little bit." Minchin looked down at her with dead serious eyes and explained, "We can't go into Soliterra. Did you forget how infamous we are?" He pointed toward the guards standing tall at the city gates, laying out the harsh reality. "Take one step inside that city and those guards will arrest us and throw us straight into prison." Teary-eyed with disappointment, she whimpered, "So, does that mean we have to head back without even stepping foot inside that beautiful city?" Minchin casually confirmed the harsh truth that as long as they were branded as villains, they couldn't enter any city other than the gloomy Undercity. Oasis burst into tears, begging Minchin to wait so she could at least register the teleport gate, but it was no use. She could only flail in despair as her master dragged her away. "Wait, master, let me register the teleport gate first. What kind of adventure is this? Talk about having the prize snatched away right at the finish line." Meanwhile, 2 miles away from Soliterra, at a roadside tavern, the quiet, peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a loud slam on a table. A massive, bald thug roared in anger at the terrible quality of the beer. "Ugh, this beer is garbage. Did you just take a leak in this mug or what?" The trembling tavern owner tried to calm him down by offering some premium rum, but the brute immediately grabbed him by the throat. "Who do you think you're kidding, old man? You've already ruined my appetite, and now you're trying to push even more trash on me." Amidst the tension, a cold voice rang out from the dark corner, stopping the bald guy in his tracks. "Hey, shut your filthy mouth!" A girl wearing a majestic wolfskin cloak appeared, her sharp eyes glaring fiercely at the jerk who had just ruined her afternoon nap. A man in a panda suit named Grizzly suddenly appeared, lifting the bald guy high into the air like a rag doll, completely ignoring his crying and pleading. He casually threw him to the ground, sneering at cowards who only bully weak NPCs. Talk about meeting your match. That jerk totally deserved to get trashed. The girl in the wolfskin cloak then suggested a truly notorious target lingering nearby, nothing like that pathetic loser they just dealt with. Grizzly grew interested and asked just how infamous this person was. Hearing that the target had over 20,000 notoriety points, Grizzly accepted the hunt immediately without a single second thought, even though the girl in the wolfskin cloak warned that tracking them down would be a waste of time and effort. But Grizzly confidently revealed that the prey was very close to Soliterra, only level 50, and was traveling with someone else. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a glowing ancient dungeon, Oasis could only sigh in exasperation as Minchin confirmed that the two of them were about to dive into yet another challenge. As they stepped into the Temple of the Forgotten Angel, a high-level, extremely dangerous dungeon, with a recommended level of 75, Oasis anxiously questioned him about the nature of this place. Minchin casually explained that there was only a single boss here which would spawn the moment they entered. He revealed that he had actually designed a bunch of experimental dungeons like this to spice up the player experience. But because players got bored so quickly, he had shelved them long ago. However, right now, he insisted, there was no better place for the two of them to level up. Who knew his abandoned work would end up being so useful? As they went deeper inside, a colossal, fiery statue holding a massive sword loomed before them, radiating terrifying pressure. Minchin confirmed that this was the boss, and it would wake up the second someone stepped into the red circle at its feet. Oasis turned pale, terrified by the massive level gap, but Minchin reassured her that they obviously weren't going to fight it the normal way. That was why he had gone through so much trouble to acquire the Sky Eagle's heart, a catalyst that boosts potion effects by 120% with 100 uses. Oasis was still a bit confused by that 120% figure, so Minchin explained that this item was exclusively for alchemy to upgrade potion tiers. He pointed out that regular potions were completely useless against boss monsters. But if enhanced with the Sky Eagle's heart, a mediocre debuff becomes high grade. When that happens, players can easily use this powerful poison on even the strongest bosses to completely shut them down. The time has come, what are we waiting for? If we don't use it now, when will we? The system announced that Minchin had successfully used the Sky Eagle's heart to brew high-grade viper poison. Holding the glowing vial, he flashed a sinister grin and asked, "Oasis, what would happen if he threw it at the boss from outside the circle?" Minchin explained that since the boss is programmed to only wake up when someone steps inside the boundary, she won't even try to escape the poison cloud. Although they can't attack directly from outside, throwing potions is totally fair game. With that, Minchin decisively hurled the vial. It shattered right on the sleeping boss's body. Minchin explained that due to a scripting conflict bug, the boss wouldn't wake up at all even while taking damage. From the poison as long as no one stepped into the trigger circle. He casually sat down on the floor and told Oasis to take a break and wait for the experience points to roll in. Seeing his partner's anxiety over whether this was a game glitch, Minchin just gave a knowing smile and told her to start praying. He revealed that this boss occasionally dropped level 70 legendary items, making Oasis's eyes instantly light up with excitement. Speaking of treasure, but honestly, if it were me, my eyes would be glowing like high beams too, haha. However, reality was brutal. After 10 hours of continuous grinding, they had absolutely nothing to show for it. Exhausted, Minchin dragged a hysterically crying Oasis out of the dungeon even though she begged and pleaded to do just one more run because she felt a drop was right around the corner. But Minchin firmly refused, stating they had both reached level 70 and it was time to go do their third-class advancement quest. Facing Oasis's frustration that her master had legendary gear, while she had none, Minchin casually blamed it on that stubborn staff that refused to drop. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure crashed down as Grizzly and the wolfskin girl loomed ahead, blocking their path. "Found you!" The wolfskin girl smiled dangerously at the two of them, while her partner Grizzly in his panda suit let out a booming laugh, mocking that a notorious player like Minchin was never welcome around this Solitaire region. He admitted he had been feeling incredibly bored, so Minchin's appearance was a gift he was truly grateful for. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent before Oasis could even process what was happening, he grabbed her tightly and yelled, "Run for your life!" The two of them dashed away at full speed, leaving their pursuers stunned. There was no time to hang around. They had to run like there was no tomorrow. Watching his prey flee, Grizzly casually said to let them run a bit longer since the fun would end too quickly if he made his move right now. Meanwhile, as they ran for their lives, across the sunset field, Oasis wondered why they didn't just turn around and fight like they had done when defeating high-level players before. Minchin sternly explained that these two were professional bounty hunters who hunted down notorious players, making them a completely different breed compared to those amateurs. He emphasized that both had already reached max level, and once they completed their fourth-class advancement, a ridiculously powerful talent system unlocked, making them incredibly terrifying. Minchin began explaining the talent system to Oasis, a feature that allowed players to choose to enhance their offense-defense or support every 10 levels. Players would receive a point to allocate however they wanted, which was why those at level 90 possessed overwhelming power that completely outclassed anyone at a lower level. Realizing there was absolutely no chance of winning a head-on clash right now, Minchin immediately opened his friends list and contacted Akasa. "Yo, Akasa, I need a favor." To Oasis's curiosity, he revealed that he was going to use a special tactic. To deal with the enemy, Minchin smirked sinisterly, calling it a fighting poison with poison tactic, while the hunter duo was still actively searching through the grassy field under the sunset. Grizzly was still wondering where their prey went, but the girl in the wolfskin insisted there was nowhere else for them to hide. Hide in an open field. Yeah, right. Where could they possibly hide? While Grizzly was complaining about searching through this vast land, a sudden attack flew right at them, forcing him to quickly spin around to defend. Minchin executed a perfect block, but the heavy impact still sent him sliding far across the ground. He realized the enemy's attack still dealt massive damage despite being mitigated quite a bit because she had dumped all her points into offensive talents. Before Minchin could even recover his senses, Grizzly had already closed the distance and unleashed a thunderous punch that knocked him flat and sent him flying. Old Man Oasis could only scream in horror. Master Oasis immediately cast Healing Hand to restore his master. This action enraged the girl in the wolf skin, making her scream, "How many times do I have to tell you? Kill the healer first!" She frantically spun her weapon into a deadly circle and charged straight at Oasis to finish him off. Right then, Minchin activated his exclusive skill, Darkness and Backlight, teleporting instantly behind the enemy to unleash a spinning strike for massive extra damage, but she was already on guard, so his sneak attack failed. Watching from behind, Grizzly started to find it interesting, admitting he had never seen such a flashy and bizarre skill before. He had always been the hunter, rarely getting countered like this. Seeing his master cornered, Oasis panicked and rushed to help, but Grizzly quickly blocked his path while, "Shao." The girl in the wolfskin loomed over Minchin. She admitted she had met all kinds of players with different hidden classes, but his skills had truly left a strong impression on her. Mincheon could only groan in pain as his health bar plummeted dangerously, putting him in critical condition. Looking down from above at her dying, defeated opponent, the girl in the wolf skin sneered with utter disdain, "Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind, demanding she back off immediately. Hearing that familiar voice, Mincheon suddenly smirked sinisterly and thought to himself, "Just in time. I was this close to meeting the Grim Reaper." The one who just showed up to turn the tables is none other than the notorious hunter Ken. Striding forward with an imposing presence, his cold, sharp eyes lock onto the bounty hunters. He casually mutters, "Looks like I've finally caught my prey." Seeing Mincheon pinned down, Ken coldly warns them that stealing someone else's loot is incredibly rude. He slowly draws his sword from its scabbard with a sharp metallic ring. Ordering her to let go and get lost immediately, the wolf cape girl looks down at Mincheon, who is face down on the ground with utter disgust. She sneers that his infamy, score is too low to even be worth harvesting. But when she looks over at Ken, her eyes suddenly light up with greedy desire. She declares she can't take her eyes off such a juicy target. Surprised, the wolf cape girl asks if he knows who she is. Ken calmly replies that there isn't a single bounty hunter who doesn't know her reputation. Suddenly, Grizzly wearing a panda suit appears from behind. Laughing maniacally, he thanks Ken for walking straight to his death, revealing that not many players have an infamy score exceeding 1 million points like him. Facing the ambush, Ken remains smug and warns them that just the two of them aren't nearly enough to handle him. But the hunter duo only smirks with confidence. They think splitting his massive bounty 50-50 is the perfect outcome. "You guys sure talked a big game. Quite a mouth on you, too." Grizzly declares that he actually loves this kind of two-on-one fight, because nothing is more satisfying than seeing the look of despair on someone's face when their teammate is slaughtered right in front of them. Cut the crap! Grizzly charges forward like a hurricane. Ken glides smoothly, dodging every attack by a hair's breadth. Right then, the wolf cape girl leaps down from above, swinging her weapon in a lethal strike. A sharp metallic clash rings out as Ken manages to block it with his sword just in time, right before Grizzly follows up with another powerful punch. The chaotic battle rages fiercely with lightning-fast tit-for-tat strikes and deafening explosions, shaking the entire battlefield. Ken is blown back by the massive impact, his body bouncing repeatedly off the ground before crashing into the rubble. He looks up at the twilight sky, breathing heavily, his face covered in dirt and scratches from the devastating coordinated attack of the two enemies. They battered him without mercy, leaving him no chance to fight back. Ken realizes his opponents are no joke and gasps, "You guys are no ordinary players." "Are you?" Amidst the burning battlefield, Ken flashes a crazed grin and declares that the most thrilling part of this game is slaughtering other players. Witnessing the scene, Oasis asks anxiously if her master knows this terrifying man. Mincheon casually admits that he does. Knowing Ken was frantically searching for him, he had reached out to Akasa to leak their location and lure him here. Oasis remains skeptical. She doesn't believe Ken can take on two high-level bounty hunters at the same time. Mincheon just calmly tells her to keep watching closely and take notes, as this is a rare opportunity to witness top-ranking global pros in actual combat. After a breathtaking battle, the Wolf Cape girl has no choice but to admit defeat to Ken's legendary power. She concedes that his runner-up finish in the past tournament was fully deserved, but wonders why a genius like him chose a notorious path of slaughter instead of returning to the pro scene. At the mention of the PvP tournament, Ken's eyes grow dark. He reveals he was set up by someone with the ID Fimbo, who is actually the streamer GM. But the moment that name leaves his mouth, a blade suddenly impales him, from behind, catching Ken completely off guard. He has been backstabbed while his guard was down. Mincheon appears right behind him with a sinister smirk, saying, "Long time no see, Ken." Capitalizing on the stealth state of his teleportation skill, he immediately unleashes Shadow Link, attack landing a series of devastating consecutive slashes on Ken that cause his health bar to plummet, witnessing the sudden turn of events. The Wolf Cape girl can only watch in shock as things aren't going at all how she imagined. Mincheon laughs triumphantly, utterly thrilled at the thought of the 500,000 infamy points he's about to claim. But right in the middle of his victory, a lightning-fast slash slices him in half. Ken coldly reminds him that he should have double-checked Ken's health bar before getting so smug. Even though he's near death, Ken still has enough strength to land one final counterattack. Witnessing the horrific scene, Oasis screams, "Master," in sheer panic. Ken quickly downs a potion to heal his wounds, then strides imposingly toward Oasis and orders her, "Hey, healer, revive him. He deserves to die 100 more times." This move catches her completely off guard. Minchin loved reviving and torturing others, but now karma has come back to bite him hard. He can only scream, begging for a civilized talk to stop this madness. He asks why he has to be so angry. Ken tells him to remember what happened at the Season 1 finals, asserting that back then he surely had no excuses. Those words make Mincheon freeze. It was the Season 1 individual PvP tournament where Ken and his rival Aaron had both made it to the finals. By a razor-thin margin, Ken suffered a bitter defeat, handing the first championship title to Aaron, while his rival basked in glory and fame. Ken was forgotten like a pathetic loser. Back in reality, Ken grits his teeth, points his sword at Minchin, and roars in absolute rage. "This is all your fault, and you know it." Time has passed, but what Ken suffered still hasn't faded. Ken roars in absolute fury, "You knew damn well that Aaron cheated." In the finals, painful memories rush back of being absurdly backstabbed by his opponent. Ken remembers realizing how off it was. There was no way Aaron could have dealt that amount of damage. How is that much damage even possible? He stared straight at Minchin, his voice low and sharp as he insisted it wasn't just a regular match, and that Mincheon knew it better than anyone. Yet back then, all of Ken's protests were completely dismissed. He was immediately pinned down by guards and dragged off in absolute frustration, only to face relentless, cruel mockery from the community afterward, with malicious comments flooding in constantly. They mocked him as a sore loser who kept whining about match fixing just because he couldn't admit he was inferior to Aaron. In this world, the winner takes all, and Ken was shoved aside in total humiliation. He bitterly admitted that he'd been branded as a sore loser with zero sportsmanship who couldn't handle defeat. He pointed his sword right at Minchin, exposing his true identity. "You're the one who runs this game. You're the developer, the referee who oversaw that PvP tournament," he screamed in bitter resentment, thinking that if only back then, Mincheon had ruled that Aaron cheated to protect his honor. His life wouldn't have been ruined, and he wouldn't be stuck in this darkness. Watching him tremble with rage, Mincheon paused, then asked quietly, "I see. So that's why you started PKing." Ken snapped back, confirming that he wanted to completely destroy this trash game, Uba, and would not hesitate to kill anyone who dared stand in his way. "So if you can't have it, you'll just ruin it. That's not very fair play, buddy." Confronted with that hateful declaration of war, Mincheon suddenly smirked and nodded. "Fine then. I accept your challenge, Ken." The sudden agreement left Ken utterly dumbfounded. "What?" Mincheon proposed a one-on-one duel to settle everything fairly. He made a high-stakes offer. "If you win, I'll publicly reveal my identity as GM Stream and expose the truth about what happened in PvP Season 1. But if I win, you must become my subordinate." Mincheon calmly laid out his terms to the man who harbored such a deep burning grudge. But just as Ken got into his battle stance, Minchin suddenly waved his hands in a mock panic. "Whoa, wait! Not right now. Let me hit level 90 first. Let's keep it fair and square." He continued to coax his enemy. "We should fight on equal footing, right? What do you say?" It's a no-brainer. All you have to do is win right. Is he trying to play some kind of tactical retreat move on me? Mincheon assured him that he would reveal the absolute truth of what happened in the finals years ago. The exact thing Ken had been desperately seeking. Faced with such a confident offer from Mincheon, Ken fell silent, calculating his options. Though deeply suspicious, he reassured himself that even if his opponent reached the level cap, there was no way he would lose. To a guy like Mincheon, it was simply impossible. The only thing making Ken hesitate was Mincheon's bizarre level of confidence, a man who clearly held the keys to every single script in this game. He wondered what on earth the man was up to. Right then, a system notification popped up before his eyes. "Fimbo has sent you a friend request." Ken grimaced in disgust, letting out an irritated, "Ugh," Minchin casually explained. "Go ahead and accept it. That way we can duel the second I hit level 90 and complete my final job advancement." Though his hands trembled with rage, Ken grit his teeth and accepted, swearing to himself that he would completely wipe this bastard's name from existence once everything was over. But whether he can actually pull it off is another story. For now, he's fallen right into Minchin's trap. Having secured the deal, Minchin decided to fall back for safety. "All right. Time to split up before those bounty hunters sniff us out again. Oasis and I are still way too weak to take them on." watching Minchon's departing back Ken, and didn't forget to throw in one last chilling warning. Don't you dare run GM stream. Minchon could only sigh in weary exasperation. Look, my name is Fimbo now. Once the two of them were alone, Oasis asked curiously, Is it true, Master, what he said about Aaron cheating in that tournament? Minchon paused before asking Oasis, Do you know what the most critical part of managing a game is? Seeing her blank look, he declared, It's fairness, a level playing field where everyone has an equal shot. Minchon's mind drifted back to when he was running Win Online. His only hope had been for everyone to be fairly rewarded for their efforts. For that ideal, he never allowed pay-to-win items to affect in-game power, working tirelessly to balance character classes every single week. To Minchon, if the real world couldn't be fair, he wanted this game to be the one place that was. He believed that as long as players invested their time and effort, they deserved a worthy return, so much so that he was willing to sacrifice everything to protect that fairness. To Minchon, PvP tournaments were sacred because they were a stage where players relied purely on skill and creativity to fight. Though proud of succeeding in almost every aspect, when Oasis pressed him on whether what Ken said was actually true, Minchon only whispered, Part of it is. So was there some hidden truth after all? He added that the accusation was also partly wrong, or perhaps there were hidden details they knew nothing about. Minchon forced himself to admit that running a game was never easy. Even though he had truly done his best, he couldn't stop some players from getting hurt and leaving the game, walking toward the swirling dark energy. He stated that as the creator who had ultimately caused Ken's downfall, forced to break the heavy silence, Minchon reminded Oasis that they'd both reached level 70 and that it was finally time for their third-class advancement. However, a major problem arose. They needed 50,000 infamy points to advance. But since Minchon had just been PK'd, his current points were cut in half. He gritted his teeth in bitter regret. After all, that was supposed to be his chance to rake in a whopping 500,000 infamy points. Call your friends over here. The agonizing screams of the poor players echoed through this forest as Minchon cold-bloodedly carried out his final purge. Oasis could only stand there in utter shock, watching her friends fall one by one. This quickly restored Minchon's lost infamy points. Once he'd harvested the required amount, he casually said goodbye to Oasis at the teleport gate and told her to go handle her advancement on her own. They would regroup after completing their third-class change quest. But the moment Minchon started his advancement process, he noticed the bracelet Gaia had given him was emitting a strange glow. Stunned, he recalled her warning that this item could only be used after reaching level 70. Right on cue, it began to vibrate violently, crackling with brilliant magical electricity as a shroud of digital mist enveloped him. It forcibly teleported him away from the dark, gloomy base. When the light finally faded, Minchon was shocked to find himself standing on a sun-drenched beach lined with lush green palm trees. It was a world away from his usual gloomy surroundings. Right in front of him, a woman with golden hair stood quietly gazing at the ocean. Shaken, Minchon gasped out her name. Gaia. Recognizing the familiar figure of the goddess, he watched as she turned around with a radiant smile, starting to reminisce about the old days when Minchon had just begun developing the game. She recalled how he had meticulously crafted every single one of these waves by hand. Gaia thoughtfully brought up how he used to insist on doing everything himself, wanting his own hands to touch every single corner of this world. In Win Online, she even playfully teased him about the time he accidentally triggered a massive tsunami, leaving her to clean up his mess back then. Visibly annoyed, Minchon cut the goddess off, insisting he didn't have time to sit around and reminisce. Gaia looked at him with deep, knowing eyes, admitting she finally understood why he was so passionate back then, because creating something is truly a meaningful endeavor. Brushing her sentimental words aside, Minchon raised the glowing bracelet and demanded to know what this thing was actually good for other than keeping in touch with her. Gaia smiled enigmatically, assuring him that this bracelet was no ordinary item. Instantly, a blinding flash of light erupted, activating a hidden scanner inside. Minchon was stunned to realize he could now see right through a target's entire status. This was something considered absolute privacy in Win Online unless voluntarily shared, ranging from equipment level to detailed stats like attack power, defense, and even the health pool of a level 90 Guardian Knight. Everything was laid bare. Minchon knew this kind of information was the most critical data for determining victory or defeat in the game. Witnessing the bracelet's capabilities, Mincheon realized with a shock that possessing such information was a severe violation of the game's terms of service. But Gaia wasn't done yet. She announced that she had a very special quest tailored just for him. A legendary-grade quest notification titled The Goddess's Plea popped up, with its first requirement being to reach level 100. Gaia explained that this was a multi-stage quest line, and once he completed every step, he would receive a reward, more than worthy of its difficulty. In Mincheon's mind, the highest possible tier for a quest was supposed to be unique grade. The existence of a legendary grade quest was completely impossible. Sensing his doubt, Gaia turned to him with a cold look and asserted that she had created it herself by her own will. Mincheon broke into a cold sweat as the shocking realization hit him. The artificial intelligence of this world was tampering deeply with the game's data without any human authorization. He shuddered, wondering if her openly breaking every rule to alter the world, according to her personal whims like this, was only the beginning. Could the control of the game actually be in the hands of these machines? A deep sense of dread washed over Mincheon as he realized that something truly terrible was going on. Gaia offered a gentle smile, bid him farewell, and promised they would meet again soon. Then she vanished into thin air, ignoring Mincheon's desperate cry of "Wait!" as he tried to keep her talking. A sudden, powerful beam of light enveloped him, and a warp of space instantly pulled Mincheon away from the shrine. Standing in the middle of a quiet, empty space, Mincheon gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. He wondered what on earth Gaia was plotting behind his back. Right then, a massive system notification suddenly flashed across the entire server, and an avatar representing Unhasu appeared, bowing politely. Introducing himself as the new CEO of Win Online, he excitedly announced some wonderful news for everyone. Win Online was officially transitioning to a premium model. The system immediately explained that premium meant the game would now be free to play for all players, but they could purchase additional content and other perks to make their journey more convenient. Unhasu wished all adventurers incredible journeys with their friends, promising to reward them with high-quality content in the future. From this moment on, Win Online officially entered a turbulent new era of free-to-play. The announcement that Win Online was going free-to-play instantly sparked fierce controversy throughout the gaming community, with heated debates breaking out across various forums. While some hoped the free-to-play model would bring in new players, others bitterly criticized the greed of Nippon Corporation, deeply worried about the introduction of pay-to-win microtransactions. Seeing the flood of negative comments, Oasis anxiously glanced at her master. She knew all too well that this cash shop update was exactly what Mincheon had always fiercely opposed. Even though he was acting like he didn't care on the outside, she was certain it was eating him up inside. Yet completely contrary to her expectations. Mincheon suddenly turned around with a beaming face. "This is awesome, Oasis. Hurry up and grab the free 25% XP booster." He excitedly calculated that if they bought the premium booster pack, both of them would hit the level cap in no time. Oasis could only watch in sheer disbelief as he eagerly embraced the very thing that got him. Fired. Mincheon went on a buying spree. Click, click, click. He quickly purchased the trial time contract, which lowered the equipment level requirement by 10 levels, along with the Oblivion contract, allowing unlimited stat resets for 30 days. With these, they could easily optimize their strength, agility, or intelligence stats whenever they wanted. Whether it is for hunting or PvP, they make you shine like a star. The real star of the show is the Immunity contract, a special item for notorious players that lets them bypass all penalties for 1 week every month. With these treasures in hand, Mincheon proudly declared, "We can finally do the main quest of Win Online." Answering Oasis's confusion, he asserted that following the main storyline is the most efficient way to gain experience points, which they hadn't even started yet because they were branded as notorious players. Looking at the legendary special quest, The Goddess's Plea, which required level 100, Mincheon let out a devious smile, even though he didn't know Gaia's true objective yet. He still decided to play along with her for now. Mincheon decisively ordered, "Let's go." Oasis to Snow White. The two of them headed towards Snow White, the largest and most prosperous capital in the game. It was a majestic fortress protected by 2 massive city walls. The outer ring housed ordinary NPCs and a massive player base, making it the ideal place to gear up and level up as quickly as possible. The inner ring of Snow White City was home to the royal palace and solemn temples. In the quiet of the night, a heavily cloaked woman holding a lantern in her trembling hand, walked through a deserted alley, anxiously calling out for the missing children. "Hey kids! Where is everyone? Where is? Are you in here? Please come out." Suddenly a girl in a cloak approached from behind and asked, "What are you looking for, ma'am?" The next morning, the bustling city came alive with stalls selling all kinds of vibrant magic potions. Oasis stood in awe of the hustle and bustle. Her heart raced with excitement. "I've never been to a place with so many people." "Is this a market?" Minchin calmly explained. "This is where shops and players gather. You could call it a real marketplace." Having grown used to the gloom of the underground city, Minchin wasn't surprised to see Oasis so captivated by everything here. While looking around in awe, Oasis accidentally bumped hard into someone. She froze when she found herself face to face with a massive guard in iron armor, his glowing orange eyes radiating authority. Oasis trembled, her body going weak with fear, thinking she was about to be arrested. Her smile vanished, tears welled up, and she completely lost her wits. The massive guard leaned down, looked at Oasis, and asked, "You're an adventurer, aren't you?" While she was still dazed, he cheered excitedly, "Perfect! I've been looking for someone to do something for me." Minchin quickly reassured Oasis that thanks to their special item, they were no different from normal players now, and this guard was going to give them the first quest of the main storyline. The guard began to explain the situation. "A few kids from town went to play in the sewers a few days ago and haven't returned. We don't have enough guards to send out a search party. Could the two of you go and rescue them?" As soon as the guard finished his plea, a system notification popped up. The first scenario quest had officially begun, requiring them to enter the dungeon, Sewer Rat Cave, to find the missing children. Oasis eagerly nodded and accepted. "Yes, leave it to us." Being treated like a normal person made her incredibly excited to take on quests. Just as they reached the dungeon entrance, they came across an old woman weeping bitterly. Oasis rushed over to ask, "What's wrong, ma'am? Is there anything we can do to help?" The old woman tearfully explained that her grandson had gone inside a few days ago and hadn't come out yet, while the guards always claimed to be too busy and refused to search. Seeing Oasis assure her they were on their way to save the child, the old woman revealed another mysterious detail. "A young woman decided to go rescue him herself after hearing my story, but there's been no trace of her either." Oasis was stunned, wondering if she was an NPC too. Seeing Minchin's nonchalant expression as he prepared to speak, she panicked and waved her hands. "No, don't you dare spoil it for me. I want to find out for myself." Minchin could only sigh. "Calm down. I'm not going to spoil anything for you." After bidding farewell and telling the old woman to stay safe, the two of them officially stepped into the dark sewer. Oasis's scream echoed through the cave as swarms of smelly sewer rats began to swarm around her feet. Although Minchin decisively swung his sword to clear them, there were simply too many, forcing him to admit, "They're weak, but there sure are a lot of them. There's no way to clear them all out. Oh my God, if it were me, I would have fainted first. With this many rats, you couldn't run away even if you tried." Faced with the massive swarm, Oasis suddenly let out a loud shout, unleashing a powerful burst of spiritual energy, blowing away the surrounding rats in an instant. A basilisk. Minchin thoughtfully stared at the small creature. "It's still just a baby, but that's definitely a basilisk." Oasis immediately changed her attitude. "Eat them all." The little basilisk let out a threatening hiss and charged straight into the trembling pack of sewer rats. The tiny basilisk now became their savior as it wiped out the sewer rats in the blink of an eye. Oasis reluctantly admitted that even though she absolutely hated snakes after her traumatic experience in the previous dungeon, being surrounded by rats was much worse. Minchin, on the other hand, was thrilled. He asserted that the basilisk was a legendary tier summon. "If I'd known you had it sooner, I would have put it to use in our earlier hunts." He advised Oasis to summon it regularly to build up experience, since a summon's level can rise right along with its master's. But this little creature has a pretty bizarre way of showing affection by constantly licking her and even chomping down on Oasis's head, leaving her screaming in absolute despair. Seriously, guys, a pet like this will have you meeting your maker in no time. Suddenly Minchin spotted a strange trail and led the way in a different direction. Inside the sewers, two kids were huddling together, shivering in fear, when a young woman with her face covered in wounds arrived just in the nick of time. She smiled gently, asking them if they were okay. But real danger was still lurking right behind them. A giant sewer rat roared maniacally, baring its sickeningly sharp teeth, leaving the young woman completely frozen in place because of exhaustion. The silver-haired girl collapsed from her injuries. Realizing the dire situation, Mincheon swung his sword to fend it off while yelling, "Oasis, get the kids out of here first. Oasis, immediately." Obeyed and led the sobbing kids away from the danger zone. Before they left, the silver-haired girl looked at Oasis with eyes full of gratitude, softly murmuring, "Thank you so much." What a brave girl. Even though she couldn't match the giant rat, she was still determined to protect the children. Right after that, the young woman completely collapsed and lost consciousness. Mincheon was struck with a heavy blow by the monster, sending him flying into the filthy sewer water. Gritting his teeth against the bone-deep pain, he realized the system had adjusted the levels. The monsters in this dungeon spiked according to the player's strength. Mincheon roared in anger, "Damn it, that hurts! I need to end this quickly!" Utilizing shadow and backlight, the exclusive skill of the Dark Knight, Mincheon suddenly teleported behind the giant rat. But unexpectedly it read his move and landed a painful blow on him, a painful strike. Meanwhile, a hand glowing with a cool blue magic began casting a healing spell. Seeing the girl who had just woken up hastily trying to stand up, Oasis worriedly stopped her. You shouldn't be standing up yet," in response to her concern. The girl gently gripped her bow and offered her sincere gratitude for the help. She introduced herself as Ellen and firmly declared, "I will join the fight with you." Immediately, the system announced that Ellen had joined the party as a level 70 NPC archer. Wasting no time, Ellen immediately drew her bow and unleashed a powerful lightning arrow skill at the target. But instead of hitting the monster, the arrow shot straight into the head of Mincheon, leaving him utterly stunned. What the hell is this? This was just a minor technical glitch, not friendly fire. Fortunately, the system registered no damage to party members, but Mincheon was still furious and yelled, "Hey! What kind of archer are you?" Ellen awkwardly apologized, explaining she hadn't recovered as fully as she thought. Witnessing this clumsy display, Oasis was completely speechless. Meanwhile, Mincheon began to feel uneasy when he realized that the monster had actually dodged his shadow and backlight skill. Mincheon pondered, knowing full well he hadn't created an AI this smart, unless it was evolving. But he immediately brushed the thought aside since its structure was completely different from a human AI. The monster suddenly lunged, and Mincheon hastily raised his sword to block. In that very moment, Gaia's mysterious words echoed in his mind once more. "I told you I created it of my own will." Mincheon gritted his teeth, enduring the heavy pressure, and wondered if they had all been infected by a virus or something. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the air and pierced straight into the monster's head, making it scream in agony. Oasis cheered in excitement. "Wow! A direct hit!" Ellen maintained her solemn expression, repeating that she still wasn't fully recovered yet.